Development Summit 2026. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, usually we'd start with an icebreaker, but I mean, we've quite run over time, so we would head straight into action. But I hope everybody's fine. How are we doing? I want to guess how we are all doing in the room. If you range between 1 to 5 in terms of how you are feeling, your body, physically, everything, 1 to 5. If you're in that range, it's up on a scale of 10. So 1 to 5. People who are in 1 to 5. Oh, what? Let's see you. Yeah, why are you feeling that way? What's wrong? How can we help?
It's fine. A bit of lack of sleep and determination to complete some assignments and presentations, but excited and we'll have adrenaline during presenting.
Whoa.
So I'm fine.
Nice. Don't worry, we are all with you and we support you. We stand with you. Yeah? So, 1 to 5, 5 to 7. 5 to 7, how we are doing? Yeah? Anyone wants to speak on 5 to 7? Do you?
No, it's fine. A bit tired, but excited for the day.
Yeah? Bit tired. Yeah, I mean, I speak on behalf of those who are tired. I'm tired. Yeah. 7 to 9. 7, 8, 9. You people have a lot of strength. Anyone want to speak on behalf of this group? How are we doing? Like, why are you in that range? Yeah? Okay.
I think I am tired, but I'm overall just excited for the rest of the event. And I'm definitely more on the higher side.
Yeah. Finish high. Yeah. 10 over 10. Energy. Anyone? Oh, I see Nasir. Yes, 10 over 10.
Nice.
Yeah. Why 10 over 10?
Why feel down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only way is up.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, I understand. And that's fine. And thanks so much. In this exercise, some people didn't tell us how they are feeling. Are you not feeling anything? Are you numb? Yeah. Because Gerald, I didn't hear you. You didn't. You've broken the scale. Yeah.
Exhausted.
Christopher, how are you feeling?
Superly excited.
Can you stand up and write the number with your body? Yeah.
The directors are here, the ministers are here. We mean business today.
No, we always make business, of course. And I mean, knowing how you feel is part of business. So maybe you could just stand up and let us know. Maybe if it is 100. Nice. All right, sure. So nice meeting all of you and welcome another morning. It would have been also great to hear from people who are pumped up for their presentation. Now that people are coming to our presentations are not 10 over 10, I'm worried. Should I talk to Tayo so that we make changes? Because only Nazil is 10 over 10, and we need 10 over 10 presentations. Yeah, but we'll go into our presentations. And the first on the list, so basically today we are giving more opportunities for people to speak about the work that they are doing. Of course, you got time to network, chat with each other, but then it's essential for us as well to give more opportunities for people at plenary to speak about the work that they are doing. And the first on the list is And everybody, you have max 4 minutes. If you can do 3 minutes, we'll be happy. And you can see the time over there, and I see it too. So you can track your time, but immediately the time is up, I will be taking you off stage, and it's a hard stop. So, I mean, don't worry, summarize, oh, you want a nice speech, that's fair enough, but it's a hard stop. Thank you. So we'll start with Dr. Umar Mola. Is Doctor here? Over to you. Are you doing a slide?
No. Did my time start already?
Yes.
Are we 10 over 10, guys? To be human is to stop, is to notice, it's to listen. POV, you have an appointment with a doctor, the one who glances at their watch before you finish talking, the one whose hand is already on the handle of the door while you're halfway through a sentence. And if you want to talk to them, you have to walk with them. And you're sort of scared to say what you really feel because you're afraid of taking up too much of their time and too much of their space. That is number one. And then there's number two, the other kind of doctor. The one who's pulling up a chair instead of standing by the door, who's taking his time to look at you and not at a screen, and who listens, but really listens until you feel safe enough to say what is actually wrong. The one who basically makes you feel like, even if just for a few minutes, you're the only patient in the world. Which one do you prefer, number one or number two? Should I tell you something? The difference between these two doctors is rarely about knowledge or training. It's just that number one was aiming for completion and number two was aiming for connection. And in 2026, that choice is no longer individual, it has become systemic. And across our respective countries, as systems are getting faster and more dependent on digital tools and more assisted by AI, we put a lot of emphasis on efficiency, but that also shapes behavior, right? Because whatever we can measure, we prioritize, and whatever we prioritize, we become. My name is Dr. Umar Mola. I come from the tiny island of Mauritius, and I am a physician, a healthcare executive, and a researcher in clinical AI. My job is to ensure that there is clinical governance across our hospitals. Basically, I have to make sure that the system does not fail the patient. But that system that we're talking about, I was trained within it. I learned to follow protocols and to meet targets and to make sure the numbers are right. And I became good at it. But in doing so, I also saw how easy it is to lose track of the human touch whenever we are in healthcare. And today, the risk is not that we get replaced by machines. The risk is that we adjust to systems so well that we start to act like machines. My work focuses on addressing this kind of tension. I design and I scale models of care that improve access. I work on how care is delivered within those systems and how clinicians communicate. And if we're not able to ensure that this is the case, the impact is immediate. When care becomes transactional, then adherence will fall, and then patient outcomes will fall. And that is why it matters in this room. The Commonwealth represents a diverse set of health systems across the Caribbean and Africa and Asia and the Pacific and the Middle East. And when it comes to these health systems, we talk about building faster and more efficient systems. And I believe we will. Whatever the OGs didn't manage to do, we, this younger generation of leaders, we will. Right? Yes, we can give a clock it. But the question is not whether we can. The real question is, what are we able to preserve while doing so? And my endeavor today is really to embed this human presence back into healthcare, back into the design of our systems, and to ensure that as we modernize care, we do not lose the very thing that made us start this whole industry in the first place. And for that, we need all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar. The next one is Doloa Femi Ajala. Yes, welcome. Yes.
Thank you.
59.
Very timely. Thank you, Omar. Would you like to become my personal physician? It's quite lovely, coming on stage after he has taken his presentation. I'm going to be taking a very different turn from what he did. My name is Drodolua Femi Ajala, and I'm from Nigeria, and I'll be talking to you about my slides are not up. Okay, I'll be talking to you about my organization in Nigeria. So what is YSDN? YSDN is the Youth Sustainable Development Network. We started in 2019, and what do? We are equipping youth to tackle current day challenges and also ensuring intergenerational equity. And how do we do these three things? How do we do these things? It's by three things. One, capacity building in terms of trainings, in terms of ensuring that the youths are educated in terms of sustainable practices. Then also policy development. Policy development in terms of representing youth in, for example, the COP27, COP30 engagement, and also engaging with the Netherlands Consulate in Nigeria. And then lastly is sustainable development implementation, because we do not just want to talk about these things, but we also want to ensure that they're actionable in our spaces. And that's why we have proven impact in terms of, for example, we are one of the UN Energy Compacts youth delegation within that compact, because we are measuring how much CO2s that we're actually reducing within our space in Nigeria. And that's just one of the impacts we are doing in Nigeria. Then, so two things I really want to highlight in my presentation is our conference that is going to be happening this year in Namibia. One of the things we try to do is have a conference every year that touches on three different things. Last year it was in Nairobi, and this year it would be in Namibia, and definitely we are welcoming everybody here to also attend if you would be in Namibia in September. And three things that we are also highlighting in our conference this year is, obviously, just like how we had this convention here today, this summit here today, it's a global convention to meet other people of similar minds, to partner, to network with them, and talk about the things that we're talking about here today, which is very important. Secondly is case study challenges. We do not just want to talk about these things, but how can we actually actualize these things within our local communities? And that's one of the key things that YSDN is championing across board. And lastly is workshops and skills development. And I know I spoke about three things that YSDN is doing, but that's like policy implementation, capacity building. One of the things we are also doing is action-oriented impact. And we have a project currently running in Nigeria, which is called the Powering Lagos SME Project, which is focused on, it's a collaboration with IKEA Foundation and also ZGen in the UK. But this is based in Nigeria. What does it do? It tries to ensure that people within the SME space, especially for productive users, are transitioning gradually from fossil fuel generators, because in the Nigerian system, we have a lot of electricity problems. So how then do we ensure that SMEs that are productive, are efficient, can also transition productively, reduce their bottom line? And one of the things we observed is that there was a behavioral change in this, because why people were always using fossil fuels was because of they had lack of trust in solar development, or rather in solar solutions. So how then do we transition them from just using fossil fuels into using solar systems, and also carbon reduction, and also it also ensured economic growth within the system. So I want to leave us here to just ensure that, you know, I'm keeping to time because I'm pretty sure that Joshua is on my neck right now. He's right here beside me. And so to connect with us, we have our website, we have our Instagram and X handle, then we also have our LinkedIn. But this is why we are here today, not just to talk about these things, but to ensure that everything we're talking about, everything that the Commonwealth Youth Council stands for, it's actually not just stopping within the front here, but we're actually taking it out into our individual countries, into our individual communities, and ensuring that we can actually make differences wherever we are today. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for that, and for also putting my name out there. Yes, just a minute, trying to get. Ooh, for whatever reason, I can't find the image. But who knows that they are next? Okay, yeah, finally. Yeah, so the next person is Harris. Harris Northern. Yes. Welcome, and sorry for that. 10:04.
No problem. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Hey, everyone knows the response. I was ready to tell you guys the response and then do that again, but we don't have to. I'm happy with that. All right, let's get into this. Distinguished delegates, mentors, policymakers, and architects of our common future. As I sat down in our opening panels this week, the same phrase continuously echoed in the back of my mind, and that is Joshua's very own ethos, to have a relentless attitude. That's exactly why I stand before all of you now, and since I only have 5 minutes for this speech, probably less, 4, I'll try to be as direct with my words as we must all be with our actions. My name is Haris, I'm from Pakistan, and I stand here today as an ambassador for apprenticeships and for a future where potential is never a casualty of geography nor circumstance. We're at the University of Oxford right now, feeling very blessed, with hundreds of years of history, intellectualism, and data. But as we all learned from day one, you cannot manage what you can't measure. We as young people must not be afraid to confront our elders, respectfully, of course, with the true story behind the numbers. The data for 2026 is quite sobering, to say the least. As of the latest reports this quarter, youth unemployment has climbed to 16% in the UK, which is the highest it's been in over a decade. We now have nearly 1 million young people across the UK who are classified as NEET, which means that they're not in education, employment, or training. That represents 12.8% of our entire youth population, with the rate of those aged 18 to 24 climbing even higher to 15.2%. These aren't just statistics, they represent a massive systemic failure. In the context of the African Youth Survey we discussed a couple days ago, we see a parallel global trend, a generation that feels like the social contract has been broken. When nearly 1 million young people in one of the world's wealthiest countries are economically inactive, we can't just put it down to a lack of grit. It's a lack of infrastructure. We're living in an age of disillusioned youth, and that very disillusionment is the greatest threat to our collective security. Luckily for us, though, the summit isn't all doom and gloom. It's not all about grievances. It's about sustainable youth development. We've talked extensively about bridging the gap between education and employment, and I stand here today as a representative for the effectiveness of apprenticeships as a radical alternative to the traditional educational pathway. Although success can certainly be found in the lecture theatre, I must say that, especially within Oxford University. Many young people, especially now, realizing that Success can also be found, and the most direct path to economic empowerment is through hands-on experience and practical work. I've been lucky enough to work with the fastest growing apprenticeship community in the UK called Outer Circle. Our community has over 1,000 current and aspiring apprentices as active members in the WhatsApp group chat today. And our reach spans over 4,000 aspiring apprentices, 3,500 current apprentices, with a 81% ethnically diverse member base, and over 250 current apprentice ambassadors who are helping facilitate events all across the UK, from like London to Glasgow. It's gotten quite big now. We've also been lucky enough to collaborate with some of the UK's largest companies, including Goldman Sachs, Amazon, KPMG, the NHS, Deloitte, RSM, a few more, yeah. Through my work with organizations like Outer Circle, I've seen this model of apprenticeships thrive. We have proven that when you incentivize large companies to directly invest in youth, the results can be very transformative. We don't just need more funding, but we need smarter incentives. If governments want large corporations to invest in our future, they must create the policy infrastructure that treats youth talent as the ultimate resource for resilience. The success we've seen at Outer Circle is a good blueprint, but let's be clear, it's not enough. We can't be satisfied with pockets of excellence while the majority of youth in the Commonwealth remain in the shadows. We need to reapply these models across the Commonwealth, and we need to shift from temporary schemes for youth development to permanent systems and investments of resources.
Thank you so much.
Just 30 seconds. Okay, fine.
Thank you. Let's give it up for him. Thank you so much. That was great input, and happy for the work that you are doing. To even cut down the time more, I will not be walking to the stage again. You see, I want to also learn by doing as well. So let's invite the next person. Thank you very much, Harris. The next person, Damilola. Damilola, not yet around. Okay, so we'll move to the next person, Aditya. Let's give it up for him. Yes. 10.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aditya Dhanwani from Gibraltar, and it is a privilege to be here among young leaders from across the Commonwealth. Investing in young people means investing in the future business people, future innovators, and ultimately the future of tomorrow. But how do we invest in young people? And how do we harness our creative minds to build the new entrepreneurs of tomorrow? That is where Young Enterprise plays such an important role. Young Enterprise is an organization that allows teenagers to build and run businesses surrounded by their peers in a safe and supportive environment. And what's really lovely about Young Enterprise is that you're not left alone. You're guided by mentors and supported by experienced business professionals. But the responsibility of the business remains entirely your own. These businesses that people create are not just simulations, they're real businesses. We make real products, sell to real customers, and the profits made are entirely your own to keep. And that incentivizes young people and creates a sense of ownership that makes the experience far more meaningful. Students register and build real companies, make real decisions, and take real responsibility for outcomes. And in doing so, they develop skills which aren't traditionally taught in a classroom. They learn how to negotiate effectively by communicating to people, to speak publicly, and to respond to uncertainty, work with others, and manage money. These are not just skills useful in a business. These are life skills. I saw this firsthand through my own involvement with Young Enterprise, where at 16 years old, my peers and I created a business, Collectify. Our aim was to educate the youth of Gibraltar on our culture and heritage. And throughout the journey, I saw myself grow, come out of my shell, and become a far more outgoing individual. And that is where the real impact begins, because studies have shown that individuals who undertake programs like this are far more likely to open up a business in the future. Furthermore, these companies are built around working sustainably and working with your local community. Students are encouraged to work with local suppliers, reduce waste, and think carefully about their impact on the environment. And that matters because supporting local businesses keeps money within economies. Sustainable thinking builds more resilient economies. And when we start with that mindset from day one, it shapes the kind of society we create in the future. Because young enterprise is more than just businesses. It creates an environment where young people feel safe to grow, to try, and to take risks with the guidance from those who have experience. And across the Commonwealth, that platform has the power to make a difference. Because if we want stronger, confident, and forward-thinking young people, that starts by giving them the opportunity to begin. Thank you.
With that, we move to the next person, Mary Otunmakama. Is she around? Let's give it up. Welcome.
Wow. I have a slide. I don't know if it's...
Yep. Up. Next, yeah.
Perfect.
Good.
I've got a video, so I'm going to show a video at some point, but it's such a privilege to be here. I'm here to talk about my story, which I hope that you can resonate with, and it's about, I'll describe it as actualization. So when I was a kid, I'd say maybe like 14 years old, I set up my own home recording studio. So my name's Mary, but I'm also known as Wonder Woman as well. So I'm a hip hop artist. And through music, I found my confidence and I set up my organization called The Record Shop. The Record Shop is all about accessibility, inclusivity, and providing a platform for young people to access music for free. And although we focus on music, music is so much more than just the creative side of things. It's about connection, it's about socializing, it's about providing work opportunities, and that's what we do at The Record Shop. So I set up The Record Shop in 2015 as a pop-up recording studio. I used to bring my equipment from home to a free space in Tottenham, which is in North London, set it up, and we would run free recording sessions. And following that, I applied for a grant and I moved into my first recording studio, and I had my office space based in Tottenham for 6 years. And through that, we were able to expand. So not only providing recording sessions, but working with schools to provide work experience, organizing events to provide performance opportunities. In 2020, when there was a pandemic, there were issues with the current location where I was based, and I had come across a new space which was based inside the shopping centre. So inside the shopping centre, I moved into a shop, and through that process, I was able to expand the Record Shop. So we not only provided recording sessions, but we were able to set up as a live music venue, open up a bar, have a recording studio, sell vinyls, and also be a venue where people can hire. So this enabled me to expand from not only a youth program, but becoming a space where the members of the public can come and socialize, they can buy vinyls, they can attend our open mic. And in 2023, I set up our festival called the Rec Fest. So I'm gonna stop talking, and if possible, I'm gonna show you a glimpse about the Record Shop. So when I was thinking about the Record Shop and setting it up, I feel like I visualized what it would be. And one thing that has actually come into fruition was the fact that I felt that the Record Shop would be something visible, so it would be like having windows where like passers-by can see what we were doing. Young people finishing school, going to school, see like artists that recorded music and feel like, oh, that's something that looks cool, that's something that I want to do. And they can like walk through our doors and do the same thing. Even having the opportunity to work with so many different members of staff, one story that stands out to me is one from one of our volunteers who's a sound engineer.
So my name is Aaron Dominguez-Dollar. I'm a 17-year-old college student from the Brit School from South Portland. Me and my mom noticed that we came across the Record Shop for like a couple of times in the mall.
And when he came to the Record Shop, he disclosed to me that he has barriers with like communication.
You see that I am wearing hearing aids. I was born there 50%.
Having that opportunity to work with someone and see their growth and provide a space for them to interact with different people like they've never before, and also not be fazed by their own barriers, and that's inspiring for myself.
I feel like I have experience throughout this journey with about overcoming those difficulties. I feel like it's actually worth a lot as well. I just don't have anybody to show me the role of being a professional employee. But she gave me an opportunity for that, and I really do feel appreciated.
When I see how beneficial the record shop has been for other people in their personal life and professional careers, it just really lets me know that we're on the right track, and that this inspires me to keep going, and gives reassurance that we're going in the right direction as well.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, so, I mean, I came with a freestyle. I don't know if Record Shop will pick me up, so CYDS, we are the best in the world. Guys, am I doing well? Yeah. Nobody's paying attention to my song. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was just auditioning, but yeah, thanks so much, Record Shop. Please give me an opportunity so that I can also show what I am made of. So next, all the way from Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Nazar Bashir.
Hello, everyone. I was thinking last night to speak with you guys, but I'm not as good as many of, I think, you. So I thought I would write it down and just read it. So I hope it's okay with you guys? Yeah? Okay. Hello, my name is Nasir, and I'm speaking on behalf of many migrants, labor from East Africa and South Asia working in the Gulf countries, in the Middle East, who work in the Gulf. So every day I see people haven't been paid for months. I see people in acute physical, economic, emotional, and legal distress. I understand the impact of the rule of law, but sometimes there is too much law and not enough implementation. Where we are, there's so much protection of labor law, and the Middle East countries do very well under the UN Global Migration Impact Criteria, but reality, none of this is open to us. If we don't get paid, we don't know where to go. We can't complain. If we do, we'll be thrown out from our companies, from our accommodation. So yeah. So if we go to court, we might be able to win in a court if we could afford a lawyer. But as you can only stay in a country just 1 month. So if you are fired from your company, you're complaining about the salary. So you have 1 month to stay because your visa is canceled. So now you have this 1 month you can stay in a country. So there's no way. There's no way you can win the case. And once you're fired, you lose your accommodation immediately. Won't have no transport, and you're stuck in a desert. So what rule of law is there? Especially we can't structure, or we would be legally at risk. So how do I know, you might ask? Well, I went to Bahrain in 2004 as a migrant worker. So I know, I've been to this process. So in 2016, I went back. So I thought, when I was there, I didn't have a chance to I didn't have nobody's was there. So I I go to the labor camps now to like engage through sport with these workers. Like I provide cricket bats, balls, so we play, okay, especially on a Friday. So, and I get the stories. So because I'm Pakistani, nobody can know that so I go to the labor camps, take pictures. If you guys, any of you guys, I will share in a group. So nobody knows, like I'm outsider. Or if somebody white, like face, okay? So if you go to labor camp, immediately they will like throw you out. So I'm here to speak about like those workers in behalf of that. So I want a bigger space in a national youth network so we were not forgotten. So this issue affects millions of people who have little representation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great conversation on migrants and young people supporting migrant youth. Very essential conversation. And thanks so much for sharing that with us. And next person on our list, all the way from Ghana, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Theophilus Beche.
Joshua, I had slides. Okay.
What's your presentation?
All right. My name is Theophilus Beche, and I work with the Office of the President in Ghana. I also am environmental science student, both master's and postgraduate MPhil. Also bachelor's in law, and also currently a candidate at Ghana School of Law. So my presentation topic is basically to look at integrating climate-smart reservoir management and renewable energy hybrid system. And the focus is on Africa. So someone would basically ask, why do we want to talk about Africa and why do we want to talk about climate change in the first place? But climate change, of course, is something that affects the worldwide, affects everyone, globally. But I want to turn our ears into Africa because that's where we come from, and that's where basically we want to deal with. So Africa uses most of hydropower in the sense that we use our water bodies, our basins, and our river to power electricity. In the midst of this climate change, what happens to Africa? If there are drought, if there are heat evaporations coming out, how then do we integrate measures to make sure that we still have stable electricity? And that is a campaign that we are championed on as a team from environmental perspective and the things we want to look at. So Ghana as a case study, because we are from Ghana, I want to deal with Ghana specifically. So 50% of our electricity or energy comes from the hydropower. It means if all water bodies are drained in Ghana, we wouldn't have electricity. About 50% of it comes from us. And we have our Volta Basin, which is very highly climatic sensitive. What it means is that at the end of the day, these basins are drying out, these basins are evaporating and all that. So how then do we integrate measures to make sure that we have a stable electricity? That is what we want to look at. Then the core problem, what is the problem with respect to hydropower? Why do we want to talk about hydropower in the first place? There is a reducing flow into our reservoirs, high evaporation, rising electricity demand. A lot of people are giving birth, we're expanding populations and all that. So the demand on electricity is going high. However, our water bodies are reducing, our basins are reducing. So how then do we live as a country? How do we integrate measures to make sure that we function as well? So why this matters for African countries? Why do we want to talk about it in the first place? So there is energy insecurity affect development, impacts industries and livelihood linked to climate justice. So what it means is that African bodies, we do not emit much of emissions into the world, but at the end of the day, we are the most vulnerable when it comes to climate change. So why do we want to talk about it as an African country? If there is no electricity, there is no development. If there is no electricity, what it means is that industries cannot work. So how best can we do it? We are saying that in Ghana, we have a national policy with respect to energy for the next 10 years, 5 years. And what we are looking at is that we'll integrate measures, we'll make sure that we incorporate measures to make sure that at the end of the day, even in the midst of the climate change, we'll be able to sustain or we'll be able to have a secure electricity for development. So this is what we have yesterday when we were having a presentation. I made mention of the transition from energy ministry to energy ministry and green transition for Ghana. The whole idea is that our energy policies are not going to be geared towards electricity alone. We will rather look into measures that is going to make sure that our climate change is also sustainable to help our electricity. So proposed solutions, what are we proposing to the world? What are we telling our other friends, African countries? We are saying that we should be able to have climate-smart reservoir management, hydro, solar, and hydro wind hybrids, integrated governance approach. Because of the time, I want to move very fast. So the climate-smart reservoirs, what we mean is that we need to have adaptive water release strategies, data-driven management, balancing energy and water needs. Our hybrid energy renewal, what we are proposing is that floating solar on reservoirs, wind integration, dry energy support, then connectivity with Africa. So when you come to Africa, we have West African part of Africa, West Africa. What we do is that we have electricity compositions that integrate for other countries. So Nigeria can give some of their grids to Ghana. Ghana can give some of their grids to Burkina Faso. That is what we do in West Africa. Then, why is this so important to Commonwealth? Why do we want to have a discussion with common youth people? Why is it important for us? So we know that climate leadership is very important, and innovations and youth collaboration. At the end of the day, if all African countries, if all Commonwealth youth come together and we say that we want to look for funding, we want to find measures to make sure that we protect our other countries, our African countries, when it comes to electricity, we want to sponsor some students to go and undertake measures in high-to-hybrid integrations when it comes to electricity. And what it means is that it is going to serve a purpose. And the impact is that we are going to have improved energy security, we'll have it scalable across African countries, it reduce emission, youth opportunities. And conclusion, I know Ghana can lead, of course, because I'm from Ghana. And integrated systems are the future, and youth must drive this transformation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you so much. Youth must drive this transformation. Great ending. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Danielle Claire Seals from the Cayman Islands. Oh, let's continue. Let's continue until she comes. Clap, 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 clap.
Okay. I know that there was some spoilers with my slides, but just don't worry about it. I'm going to explain them. So whenever my slides come up, good morning. My name is Dani Seals. Okay, yeah, there we go. My name is Dani Seals, and I am from the Cayman Islands, and I am a CARICOM Youth Ambassador. And I work on climate change advocacy, ocean conservation, and youth engagement. So today I am proud to present the Caribbean Youth Spotlight magazine, which is a youth-led initiative amplifying voices from the front lines of the climate crisis. Nobody showed me how to do it. Okay, perfect. So also just a warning, some of these images can be triggering. So Smile Island developing states, which are SIDS, are on the front lines of climate change. Yet we experience some of the most severe impacts from sea level rise, unsustainable development, to biodiversity loss. So too often, policies are shaped without fully capturing the lived realities of the communities that are most affected. So these are sadly from Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas and Hurricane Beryl and Carriacou in Grenada. And these two images, I feel, these countries have a lot in common, but these images to me are very similar, as they are both flat with very little elevation, and also they are both at great risk of sea level rise and disappearing. So that is basically why me and 3 other Caribbean youth partnered with Climate Talk, created the Caribbean Youth Spotlight magazine, specifically for non-sovereign states and territories. So this was created as our sovereigns have roles in global discussions, basically, but rarely discuss their territories and small islands. So this magazine included 23 youth from the British, French, and Dutch Caribbean, where they inputted their islands, how they are dealing with the climate crisis, showcasing youth organizations, youth spotlights, and also showcasing their creative ideas and poems and art and pictures from their lovely islands, and just basically showing how their islands are combating against it whilst educating the reader. So building upon this momentum, we are planning a part 2. So that is going to highlight the youth voices of the Indo-Pacific. So hopefully we can basically connect everybody and have regional collaboration. So this is a critical step. Basically, these island communities across the Caribbean and Indo-Pacific they share very common challenges: climate vulnerability, geographic isolation, and limited representation in global governance spaces. So by connecting these regions, we aim to foster that cross-regional collaboration and strengthen youth diplomacy. As a youth, I don't always have a seat at the table, but in my case and other territorial youth, I definitely do not have a seat at the table, as we are not being represented globally. So thank you so much. Please listen to it. It's online, it's very pretty, and I forgot the book, but I'm gonna run back and get it so everybody can read it. So that's it.
Yes, thanks so much for that. There you go. Thank you so much. And yes, please make sure you check out the magazine and all the episodes or all the editions that come afterwards. Definitely. That's me doing marketing. Did I do well? Yes, so let's welcome all the way from South Africa, Luxian Mobile, Lita Sam.
Alrighty. Wow, you guys look beautiful. Okay, I have some slides. I don't know if they're able to showcase, but before we start, I would love to share a chant that we normally do with the children that we work with back in South Africa. Can you just follow me and say, I'm great, I'm strong, I'm smart, and I'm loved. Yeah, boo. All right. I'll go by the name of Lita Sem, all the way from South Africa, a 26-year-old. This is quite a kind of not updated presentation we did in China last year. So yeah, but just listen to me. So welcome my friend Keika, the reading giraffe, aka Lita Sem. I don't know if you guys are quite familiar with the fact that 81% of grade 4 learners in South Africa, they cannot read for meaning and understanding. And I just actually Googled right now, and it says that around the Commonwealth countries, 54 countries, hundreds of millions of children across the countries are not reading for meaning. And why is this important? Reading for meaning by the age of 10 is critical because it's the point where children shift from learning to read, to reading to learn. That's really important. Next slide, please. Okay. So Lokshin Library was established in 2020 during the rise of COVID-19 in South Africa, and we managed to work with children in underserved communities, including ECDs, early childhood learning centers, and primary schools as well. However, at the moment, we have already worked with 1,523 children across South Africa, including Eastern Cape, the rural areas as well. Next slide, please. All right. So for me, I think one person that really made so much difference in my life, it was my teacher, Mr. Segweba, back in primary school, 2013. And he was the one person that said, Lita, if you want to know how to read, you need to pick up anything along the way. Anything, even if it's a paper, read. And just that simple or maybe like small advice really helped me to become the person that I am. And I'm sure everyone in this room, you guys know how to read and you know what's the importance of reading as well. Next slide, please. Because of I was able to read, I was also able to become not only a reader, but to write stories that also needed attention around my community. And back in 2020, one of my stories was actually featured on the UNICEF COVID-19 and Beyond through a Youth Lens project, which was so amazing to be part of as well. Can you, next slide, please? All right, so how do we measure or how do we track the impact that we are currently working towards as Lokshin Library? We use a tool called the Wellbe system, or we have other tools like the Labrica system to capture our books and make sure that we track everything that we do as a project. And also, since we are currently still a grassroots organization, we also charge parents a fee for allowing their children to be part of our program, and we charge like 200 Rand per month. Next slide, please. My time is up. Next slide, please. Okay, and obviously, like, how do we also make use of technology? And I mean, like, we use tools like WhatsApp at the moment to also connect more with our parents and audiences and make sure that we involve them into our decision making and also kind of get to hear their feedback as well regarding what we do with their children as well. Next slide, please. And obviously, emails is still part of really important tools that we use. I mean, like, we also got in touch with the Commonwealth Youth Summit through emails. And yeah, it's one of the tools that we are also currently using. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm gonna skip this slide because of time. Can we skip up until, okay, yes, this one is really important. So in isiXhosa we say, umti ugotywa usemanzi. That literally means you bend the tree while still young. So I think one of the most important things as Lokshen is to make sure that we work with children at an early age, to make sure that they gain access to books at a very early age, because that allows them to create friends with books and allows them to see books not only as a forced thing, but something that can really help them a lot during their lifetime. And can you skip to the last slide? Yes, please, guys, let's connect. Networking is important, Joshua. So please, can we all connect? Can we all connect? And thank you so much. Tango.
Yes. Thank you so much. And indeed, yeah, let's connect. And please, thanks so much, Lita Sam from South Africa, for that presentation. And next, s'il vous plaît, comment tout à fait? Ladies and gentlemen, from France, let's welcome Charlotte Menes.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for my English. I still have a French accent, so don't mind me. Okay. So today I want to talk about something that is very simple, yet deeply transformative: perspective. For decades, the relationship between Africa and Europe, especially in education, development, and investment, has largely moved in one direction. Knowledge, frameworks, and solutions have often been exported into Africa, frequently carrying assumptions that don't fully understand or respect the local realities. But what if we flip that? What if we created a world where African youth are not just participants in global conversation, but leaders of them? This is the vision behind the program I'm building. An educational bridge between African and European youth, designed not to teach Africa to be more like Europe, but to empower African young leaders to teach Europe how to better engage with Africa. Because here's the truth. Africa does not need to be fixed, it needs to be understood. Across the continent, young people are innovating every day, creating solutions, building resilient communities, and redefining entrepreneurship and leadership. There is an African way of doing things, one rooted in adaptability, community, and long-term thinking, that the world has so much to learn from. Yet too often when Europeans come to Africa to invest, to study, or to work, we arrive with a colonial mindset, often unconsciously, but they bring models that don't fit, expectations that don't align, and solutions that don't sustain. Our goal is to change that at the root. This program will connect African and European youth through shared learning experiences, co-created curricula, and leadership exchanges, but most importantly, it will reposition African youth as educators, as thought leaders, and as architects of the narrative. We are not just building a program, we are building a narrative shift. A shift where African knowledge is not alternative, it is essential. African leadership is not emerging, it is present. And African youth are not beneficiaries, they are partners and teachers. But to make this vision real, we need collaboration. We are looking for partners who believe in equity, not hierarchy. We are looking for funders who are willing to invest not just in programs, but in paradigm shift. We are looking for advisors, voices who can challenge us and help us scale this idea across borders. Because this is bigger than one initiative. This is about shaping a generation of Europeans that engage with Africa, in Africa with humility, curiosity, and respect. So I'll leave you with this. If we truly believe in a shared future, then we must also believe in a shared leadership. And if we want to build better partnerships between continents, then we must start by changing who gets to teach and who gets to listen. Thank you.
All right, sure. Thank you very much, Charlotte. Great presentation. And without wasting much time, let's invite from India, Samir Ravinder Quatra.
And they can present from the various visualizations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even I have the slides. Can anyone help me? I have a slide. I have a slide, yeah.
Whilst they try to work on that, they are working on it. Your slides should be up shortly.
Okay.
Whilst we work on that, how's it going? Yeah? Are you enjoying this? What have you heard so far that's outstanding to you, or you think is quite unique, or you can relate to? Anyone who wants to share anything they've heard, they relate to as well. I mean, from other speakers. It's not like people are running through or performing. It's for you to really also have a grasp of what is happening, what other people are doing. Yes, Zaria?
Yeah, first of all of the presenters today did an amazing job. So I just want to give kudos to that. Yeah, round of applause. But what really stood out to me as being different was Charlotte's presentation when she spoke, being from a European country, but understanding like the impact that colonialism has had on Africa, like countries, and seeing how, yes, we understand that has happened, but this is how we're going to respond in return. This is how she and her group wants to change that narrative to like empower Africa. And I thought that was amazing because you really don't hear that, especially from that side. Yeah. So to hear you, Charlotte, speaking about that and uplifting our fellow African diaspora here, like that was absolutely beautiful to me.
Absolutely. Totally agree. And great insights. And so definitely, I don't want you to take this as people come in rattling through what they have. Of course, the 4 minutes is short, but please make sure you take as much as possible from them. Over to you, Samir.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Samir Quatra. I'm from India, Mumbai. I'm the co-founder of Kushia Foundation and founder of Karo Plastic Recycle 360 Degree Limited and Waste Wallet. And thank you, CYD, for this photograph. I have updated in morning only. So I am here for the learning and education of youth. So I'll show you a slide. Can anyone make out what it is? It's a beach. Can anyone see a sand in it? Hopefully I can see a bit because I was live taking pictures there. So all the trash, this was created by us only. We are the humans who created this mess. So we are the humans created this mess. We only gonna take this mess out. So after 3 months of cleanups on every weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, 3 hours, you can see the magic. So this is the beach now in 2026. So every Saturday, Sunday we go for the cleanup. So he's the man behind it. He's Chinu Kawatra, my elder brother. So he runs an NGO called Khushia Foundation. He's the founder, I'm the co-founder. So he's doing it last 8.5 years. So he's been cleaning beaches. He's cleaning beaches in Mumbai for last 4 beaches like Juhu Beach, Dadar Beach, Silver Beach and Prabhadevi Beach. So my role in that is I saw the trash. I want to make it into treasure. So this is the marine plastic waste. This is non-recyclable as said by the recyclable in our market. So I have done some R&D. I have washed it with some good detergent and all. So these are the final product. This will be, I will be presenting into a market, then they are selling, it is recyclable. So I won't give it to them. So I set up an industry of recycling. So this is the products we are making now. This is the school benches, dustbin. This is the Costa. This is this is the planters. And this is the medal. And this is the sheet. I can't bring the whole sheet, so I bought a piece for you, just 2 witnesses. So this is all is about recycling and protecting our nature. So I have another idea also to prevent waste going from waste into ocean, into streets, into rivers. So I have came up with an application called Waste Wallet. Here it will help homemakers, youth, tribal to earn extra pocket money through cash. They have to sell their plastic to us, cloth to us, many waste. E-waste also they can sell it and we will be able to purchase it. So this will give a green job to the youngsters also, to the rat pickers also. So impact we have saved 4 million kgs of marine debris from entering the ocean from past 2017 to 2026. Supported 720 tribal children with 360 school benches made up of marine plastic waste, which I have showed you in last slides. Green job for the 25 waste pickers with fair play and other benefits. So done for the day. You can connect me on this slide. Thank you, Joshua.
Isn't this super? Yeah? Yeah, so this is what young people bring to the table. If anyone asks you, what do young people bring to the table? We don't just bring our voice, our energy, but we bring innovation and we make things happen. Thank you so much, Sameh, for that presentation. And definitely, I hope we connect with you more. Sure. And we are happy to work with you to amplify some of these things because it's essential. Let's give it up again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. And with that, we move into the next conversation with my colleague from Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Shavin. You have the stage.
Hello everyone. Hi. So in Malaysia, there's we use 3 language for greetings, to say greetings. In Malay, we say Salam Sejahtera or Assalamualaikum. And then in Chinese, we say Dajahau. And in Tamil, we say Vanakkam. Vanakkam and good morning, distinguished delegates, esteemed leaders, and fellow changemakers. Talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. Across Southeast Asia, young people are ready to lead and ready to change and ready to lead the future. Yet many are still waiting for a chance. I'm Sharvin from Malaysia, and I came from a rural community where I witness this reality every single day. In many of our regions, from small towns to remote villages, and even across highland communities, young people face barriers that go beyond access. They face language limitations, lack of exposure, and gaps in skill development. Too often, they are discouraged and overlooked and left behind. I know this because I've lived it. There was a time when I sat alone in my classroom, struggling with language, feeling out of place, and often faced bullying. And that is the reality for so many young people across our region today. But along the way, I discovered something deeper. No young person should feel invisible in a system that is meant to support them. That realization reshaped my journey. Today, as the head of advocacy and policy in the Malaysian Students Global Alliance and the head of the Malaysian Indian Youth Council Alostar branch, I advocate for youth participation in decision-making, especially for those from marginalized and rural backgrounds. I've had the honor of representing Malaysia across regional and international platforms, engaging in conversation of youth involvement, youth development, well-being, policy collaboration. In those spaces, I often ask a very simple question. Where are the young people in this conversation? Through my journey, I engaged in over 3,000 plus young people through education, advocacy, and community initiatives. I've contributed to a top 10 SDG innovation recognized by WWF Malaysia, a green roofing system, EcoRoof, and I'm working towards empowering youth through initiatives that expand socio-economic opportunities. Let us build a commonwealth where a young people from a rural village has the same opportunity to be heard as a policymaker in the global stage. Thank you so much, everyone. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Let's build a commonwealth with relentless young people, of course. Let's welcome, last but not least, and of course, that's if I decide that we will not have any additional person, Dr. Rhoda from Ghana, to briefly also share something with us. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Okay, good morning. Yes, I'm sure my face is not too familiar because I just came in last night. So unfortunately, I missed the first few days of the summit. But I mean, I can see the energy in your faces. And thankfully to Joshua and his team, I haven't missed a lot because I've been participating vicariously through your pictures, your videos, and social media posts here and there. Anyway, yes, so like Joshua rightly said, my name is Dr. Rhoda Amadou. I'm from Ghana, and I'm the lead for membership and engagement of the Commonwealth Youth Network on Peace, or we call it the Youth Peace Ambassadors Network, whichever way. And we engage in youth peace and security initiatives. So we are mobilizing young peace builders across the Commonwealth to advance the YPS agenda. And so by extension, this is a warm call on anyone here that is interested or has some piquing interest in youth peace and security issues. You are welcome to join us. Let's get engaged, let's connect, let's interact, and continue to advance the YPS agenda. So you can follow us on social media at Saipan, CYPAN, Saipan. Those are handles on Twitter, Instagram. Yes, so please feel free to connect. I'm also available. You can reach out to talk to me here in Joshua. Thanks very much for 1 minute.
Yes, thank you so much. And I mean, I'm happy my friend likes peace and therefore stuck to the 1 minute. And with that, we have one person who was supposed to present, but of course, I think some technical issues here and there. If we're able to get things sorted out, we'll get them to come. If not, we are heading straight into our next segment of our conversations. And that's a very serious part of the conversations today, and that is to finalize on the outcome statement for this summit. And to do that, we are basically going to get the conversation that we had in the rooms yesterday at plenary here for all of us to have a fair idea of what happened. So we had 3 different pillars and 3 different rooms of discussion on the new Commonwealth Secretariat strategy. We call on representatives from the various rooms to share with us what they discussed in their rooms. Which group is ready to go? Okay, so we have the team on economic resilience ready to share what they have. So 5 minutes, max 7 minutes. The document? No, it's not available yet, but we'll have it set up. But you can start going through it.
Good morning, everyone. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't show what we discussed, but initially the plan was to show so that we also get your input while we have this conversation. My name is Ruth Ngoma from Zambia, and I was facilitating for the Economic Resilience Pillar 2 of the Commonwealth Strategic Plan. So more countries actually face challenges when it comes to underrepresentation on global spaces, which actually is a barrier for us when it comes to our countries in the Commonwealth improving in the economic sector. So we had 3 groups, and we had 1 group from the young people, and we also had a government group.
Not to interrupt, but we are able to share directly from your laptop.
Okay, sure.
So that, everybody else will be able to see, so he's coming
Okay.
to help you with that. Are there any people from the economic room here? Yes. Where are the economy people? Yes. Okay. So the work that you did is very essential. And after we get a hang of what every room did, what we are going to do is that we are going to collate it into one aggregated document, and then we'll go text by text to make sure that we all agree on what we've had. Of course, some of the text would be adjusted slightly in terms of to make it outcome focused. And then we aggregate it, and we are supposed to finish all this by 12:30. And then by the time we go for lunch, rest assured that we have all the documents done. Is it set?
I'm still waiting.
Come. Yeah, and also another thing that we've instituted is the People's Choice Award, which I've heard a lot of people asking me about. I think I'm told some people are campaigning for it. Is there anyone campaigning? I didn't know we had electoral commission running an election. Some people are seriously campaigning to be chosen as the People's Choice Award. Of course, this is basically to highlight the caliber of people who actually in every community have been outstanding in whatever sense you think of it. We are all outstanding people, and I think that has been shared. Whenever we share posts from this summit, everybody's talking about the delegates. People have reached out to me, where did you get them from? And I'm like, no, we didn't get them from anywhere. We just made an open call, and people applied. And of course, if people are applying, you expect us to bring the best of people together. We are ready? Okay. So the People's Choice Award would be handed over to whoever is selected. I'm sure after lunch, that's where we'll have proper exercise of the People's Choice Award. And then we'll be able to maybe have a hint of who we are looking at. But know that all the inputs now also feed into the People's Choice Award, you know? People are watching, and voting ends at, it ended already at 11. Yeah. Okay. Wow. I have to speak to my colleagues and see. And, you know, sometimes I would say some of the colleagues are not even the people you see on the ground here. Because as I mentioned, out of the CYC executives, you have only 2 of us here. So you have people who are virtually, like, who are not here, but are handling things. And so even if you meet some people here and you're like, oh, please let me win the award, that's a difficulty because it's not being handled by me. Imagine I'm here speaking to you. How will I be handling the voting? So I don't know anything about the process. I don't know much, especially about like the selection. And so please, it will be very difficult to compromise the process. Whatever you input is what we'll definitely get as the People's Choice Award. But whilst we wait for Ruth's slides to come up, I also want to get some reflections from some of you on how that session really went yesterday. Speaking in your room, what are some kind of feedback? Do you think your team brought some good recommendations as well? And maybe like, if you could share briefly, 30 seconds each. Anybody? 30 seconds, no long talk. From yesterday's session. Yes?
All right, so good morning, everyone. From Nigeria. So yesterday, our conversation relatively we had the conversation on a country called Cambodia, right? Still members. So in Cambodia country, there's this issue of unemployment among young people. So we had a session around the government, the national community, the youth, and the private sector. So I was part of the private sector group team, and part of what we were able to pull up to the table yesterday was most times when government has a lovely policy and it's actually for good intentions, and one thing that has always happened is when a particular government is wrapping up and the new government is coming in, we discover that that policy becomes obsolete. Every government wants to have their own new initiative. So because it's actually a very good policy that will add value to a lot of young people, one of the things that we were discussing and putting on is that there must be a sustainability plan. And because private sector will be part of what they're doing, and we have the image, we have the name, and we don't want a situation whereby a good policy is happening and it dies after your tenure. So one thing that is very certain is that the private sector are ready to invest. If we're investing, we need to know our return on investment. If we are having a return on investment on whatever fund we put into the policy to happen, we also want to be sure that this is a policy that will last the time, long-term plan. So, which is why we propose signing an MOU with the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else want to share about their room? Anyone else? You didn't take part?
Okay, maybe I would go and share on what happened at the environment session. So we were tasked to discuss issues of environmental resilience, and my group particularly looked at what we can contribute to, what government, the private sector, the youth, and CSOs can do to contribute. For government, we looked at government coming about policies that would promote environmental sustainability in the various countries. However, we did admit that policy formation and adoption, maybe formation may be slightly easier, but adoption is not easy. So we looked at other ways that government can go about promoting environmental resilience, and we talked about partnership with the private sector and also CSOs. Under CSOs, we also looked at CSOs serving as pressure groups, and we looked at CSOs serving as pressure groups, and I believe this really works. I don't know for your countries, but in Ghana, the CSOs are quite vocal, and I would use particularly Ghana stand, I wouldn't necessarily say Ghana stands on LGBT, but the issue of LGBT within Ghana, right? We haven't had the proposed LGBT bill signed yet or censored to by the president, because when it was laid before Parliament, CSOs really came in strong and said that, Ghana is known for human rights. We are very receptive, we are very welcoming, and very respectful of everyone, regardless of race, gender, and all that. So CSOs came in strong and said that, you are one of the leaders in Africa when it comes to this. And so going against the rights of these minority groups would be, and they were very strong such that even though the bill was passed in Parliament, it wasn't assented to, and now it's died out and it has to be passed again in Parliament. So I think this is how strong CSOs can be when it comes to advocacy and serving as pressure groups within states. So we thought when it comes to environmental resilience as well, CSO serving as pressure groups could be a very great idea. We also looked at what is happening within the Cayman Islands and a lot of other smaller islands globally. It was interesting to note that they are a territory of the UK, and the fact that the sea is almost wiping them off is something that we believe has to be looked at, and we are hoping that as part of the policy formation, the Commonwealth Youth Council would take a critical look at that. I think there is a similar situation in Mauritius as well. We talked about Galamsey in Ghana and a lot of other things. Now, particularly with regards to the youth, we looked at how we can come together and serve as a voice. We've discussed time and again since the conference began on how we are a stronger population globally. And so if we come together and we have a common voice concerning environmental resilience, we think we would go a very long way. Because if we are not just tomorrow's leaders, we are also today's leaders. And we are that bridge between the older generation and the younger generation. So if we aren't doing anything, then we are failing the younger generation, just as the older may have failed us. So we think that if we come together as a voice, and by this, I'm employing everyone here, regardless of where you stand, say you're into gender advocacy, you're into women empowerment, or whatever you do, please add your voice to environmental issues so that we can push the forward. Because without the environment, we can't do gender.
Yes.
We can't do youth. We can't do anything.
Totally agree with you.
Yeah, we absolutely depend on the environment. So please add your voices to environmental
so
resilience
much.
in your countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the input. And with that, our slides are back. Of course, 3 out of 4, more than 50%. Let's go.
Thank you so much. My name is Ruth Ngoma from Zambia, and I was facilitating the economic resilience discussion yesterday. And the document you see up there was the input from the group. I'm just here to run you through what was discussed in the 3 groups, the government group, the CSOs, as well as the young people. So speaking of the Commonwealth Strategic Plan, which is Pillar 2, economic resilience, more needs to be done because a lot of Commonwealth countries have challenges in underrepresentation at global stages, as well as having access to finance. So we actually started with the young people's presentation, which had elements of digital mastery, STEM skills, and as well as entrepreneurship. So I'll just quickly run you through what was discussed. Mind you, this document will still be needed to be edited by everybody here. So please pay attention. If you feel like there's input that you need to put in, you definitely have that opportunity to do that. So in the digital mastery, utilization of social media platforms like digital tools, emerging technology, and learning to use, learning and building, sorry, I think there was an error there, but utilization of digital on social media is one of the points that the young people talked about. They use the media to actually empower their fellow young people in the digital space, and then that also talks about economic empowerment with creation of jobs, because right about now we are talking of technology, we're talking of digital platforms, and use that to empower the fellow young people. And then there's also needs to have government taxes revenue to be actually favorable for the young people, as well as also boosting collaboration among us young people. So young people's responsibilities in fostering digital mastery in the Commonwealth countries actually leads to that. If the young people do that, it's going to work very well to empower their fellow young people. And then speaking of the STEM and skills, young people suggested that they actually need to believe in yourself to actually be in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics skills development, because if you don't believe in yourself, I mean, nobody would. And then we also talked about people, youths who are already in this to provide a bridge for the young people. So if you're already in the science, technology, and engineering and mathematics, you could work as a bridge for your fellow young people. I think I'll skip through because I don't have much time, and I'll talk of the entrepreneurial leadership. So youths should engage with stakeholders to actually identify the problems, because problems can be identified, but the stakeholders might be the solution for this. And then we also talk of attending inclusive entrepreneurial fairs and career fairs for value exchange, because it's very important to be in these spaces as young people to actually grow and network. And then free business support to training programs accessible for young people, because you find that most training programs are actually very expensive, even for young people to attend. So we had the CSO recommendations, and they identified a few problems, like many Commonwealth countries with high youth populations. There's issue with unemployment, and employment remains limited. And then the other problem was youth are often not adequately exposed or educated. And then talk of a few solutions. I'll still skip a few. So they talked to develop a comprehensive national and Commonwealth level policy framework focused on long-term economic resilience through youth entrepreneurship, which is very much important. And then the other solution was introduce standardization of entrepreneurship at country level, because some problems actually needed to be sorted on country level. And then establish a sustainable curriculum model that ensures continuity by enabling entrepreneurial knowledge and culture to be passed on generation, which is also very much important, because there's always that gap, and intergenerational dialogue is very important. And then we'll also talk of access to credit. So they identified three problems, but I can read one so I can jump to the other ones. The document will still be edited by the end of the day with everybody. So many young people face limited access to financial support, particularly for starting businesses. A lot of startups have this challenge when it comes to actually being stable in their businesses. And the other problem was, while countries like Australia provide Centrelink support systems for unemployed youths and aspiring entrepreneurs, similar mechanisms are not widely available across Commonwealth countries. And the solutions actually are stating: review the vetting criteria to ensure financial assistance reaches genuinely deserving youths while maintaining transparency, which is very much important, because in some countries funding actually is allocated based on the relationship you have with the funders, and those are some of the reviews. And then the other solution was expand government backed up setup loans and grants to allow youth to pursue entrepreneurship with manageable repay structure. I'll give an example of Zambia. We have what we call the Imsepela app, which is actually a new app which was launched by the president. So this app is an application where young people get to access these opportunities such as grants, loans, without even knowing anyone. You just need to apply. So it's a platform, it's a solution that the government has come up with, as well as the NGO in the space of Imisepela, which means youth. So we talk of a problem which is inclusive advocacy. Youth from rural and underdeserved countries often face barriers in accessing opportunities and information. And not only that, we'll speak a little bit on internet. I think the group also talked about that. I thought that was Joshua. So, we talk of partnerships, which is on 4. They talked of a problem where government often operates in silos with a limited access to sector collaboration. So this problem was accounted with a solution which talked of having to promote multi-stakeholder solutions. And I'll go to the government. Believe you me, when you just see the government part, you know there's a hand of government, because these were government officials that did this part. So this was a government recommendation strategy on the economic resilience and international advocacy. So there was debt management as one of the things. So effective debt management is central economic resilience. And these are the following strategies. The which are critical, which is number one, securing lower interest rates to reduce borrowing costs, expanding repayment periods to improve figure flexibility, and then practicing prudent expenditure management without excessive. Okay, I can see the last part, but yes, so that's the first part. And then they talked of transparency and public accountability, which is very much a big component when it comes to governments and the people that they're governing, because if there's no transparency, if there's no communication, there's always miscommunication or misinformation. And then they talked of international advocacy on climate and development, which global advocacy is essential to ensure fair treatment of valuable and developing states within international financial systems. And the key priorities were advocate for climate justice and equitable access to financing, and promote transparent reporting standards. And then also, I'll skip a little bit on that because I'm running out of time. So they also talked of strategic positioning, which is very important to emphasize the link between climate vulnerability and development status. Then also advocate for vulnerability-based financing criteria beyond income classification, and highlights the challenges faced by global South countries. And then talked of transparency and public accountability again, which was to strengthen reporting to the public on the debt as well as future decisions. And then we go to Commonwealth intra-trade digital infrastructure and continent reforms, where the Commonwealth provides a strategic platform for advancing shared economic goals, and then to promote intra-Commonwealth trade through shared infrastructure, coordination, Commonwealth free movement, MOUs with the European Union and other stakeholders. So they also talked of some trade agreements that could be done, which is support technical cooperation and capacity building, enhance economic intergeneration across member countries, such as the African Union initiatives, including the AU passport system. As you're aware, even if you're in Africa, you can't access certain countries if you're not from a particular region. And then the last thing I'll touch on is the institutional alignment. So maximizing existing institutions is a key of effective economic strategy, and the key frameworks and partnerships with NGOs, CSOs, government, and the people is very much important. And they actually suggested a strategic approach, which is to align institutional frameworks with national priorities, promote intra-regional cooperation and knowledge sharing, as well as leveraging on existing systems to avoid duplication, as well as public-private partnerships, which is also currently happening in Zambia. We have this dialogue every 6 months or quarterly to actually have that discussion with the private sector and government sector to actually come up with policies and laws. And I think I'll end there because I'm out of time, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ruth, for that conversation and for highlighting all that and sharing with us from your room. Which room is available next? Okay, let's go. That's for environment. Environment. Okay. No, you could just put, don't worry, they would get you this. They'll get up. Okay. You could just get ready. Okay. So you can use this too.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. We are from Seminar Group 3. We talked about environmental resilience. I am Donnie Seals from the Cayman Islands, I have mentioned before.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shegun, and I'm from Nigeria. And together with Dani, we'll be presenting what we discussed from our group seminar yesterday. It was quite insightful, very detailed and comprehensive, but just so we could just share them in under the few minutes we have, we've presented a short PowerPoint presentation, and the documents will be sent to the Commonwealth Youth Council, which will definitely be shared with you for inputs and other contributions. We discuss mostly on environmental resilience, and we talk about navigating challenges and then implementing solutions for small island states and developing nations, especially in the Commonwealth. And so the central theme governing most of our discussion is talking about vulnerability as well as access, because obviously from the IPCC reports, we now know that small island countries as well as developing nations tend to bear most of the brunt of climate change. And then what even makes this situation even worse is they have limited access to climate finance and technology. And
so we are planning to bridge the gap, basically. So the target is, by 2030, we would like to have, does everyone know about 1.5 to stay alive? No? Basically, that is where, because of how high the temperature is in the world, is it working? Okay. And how many carbon global emissions are being emitted, we are trying to get that temperature down to 1.5 lower, and then that will significantly help us to slow down the risk, and hopefully we can achieve that by 2030. That's in 4 years. Hopefully we can achieve that, maybe. But where'd it go? Oh, no. So we are trying to basically not have any country left behind, no developing state left behind. And because a lot of them are vulnerable, as my colleague had mentioned, we are trying to basically target everyone to collectively go in that target.
Yeah, so we looked at some of the policies currently being developed or which has been developed in the past, and we look at some of the issues we've had, why the policies were semi-successful, if you could use that word, and then one of the proposed solutions or recommendations we came up with is what we call, we were able to streamline them into 3, but there are definitely more, which we'll talk about as we look at some case studies. So one of them is we feel that there should be some form of legal accountability. So there should be some form of legal backing to environmental policies to hold governments accountable for 2030 targets. We also kind of think there's a need for capable institutions. So we've come to realize that there are so many organizations out there, especially from the government, which are basically doing the same thing. So there's a kind of duplication, replication, and unnecessary competition. So we think less is more. So probably just merge this organization into one very efficient and impactful ministry. And then we also kind of think there's a problem with current M&E, which is the monitoring and evaluation process. So we think for most policies, priorities are focused on short-term goals, which do not totally reflect how well such policies have worked. So we think that we should have a short-term, middle-term, and long-term goal, and only after we've been able to achieve what we think our long-term objectives are, that's when we can say a policy has worked effectively. And then, so we will talk about it in terms of the Commonwealth nations themselves, the developing nations, and we talk about some of the realities that have been faced out there. And then we look at some case study. And in Nigeria, for example, you find out that there's a government who is trying to work with the Climate Change Act of 2021, and one of the methods they brought was to remove fuel subsidy and encourage people to use compressed natural gas, CNGs. And but we realized that one of the issues they failed to put into consideration is how vulnerable and poor and elderly people in the communities still faces more, should I say, stress from these policies, because you realize that by trying to force or impose this change, this environmental change in the community, you are not looking at the cost it takes. So you realize it's an elderly an elderly woman in the community, for example, who cannot afford to transition to clean energy will now have to put in more work, which might even involve, let's say, for example, withdrawing our children from schools so that they could work more, earn more, and then be able to afford clean energy. So you are not looking at the micro factors. You are looking at the macro. You are looking at some macro factor, which is we want to switch the economy into renewable energy base, but you're not also looking at how this can exacerbate poverty, basically. So we call it something like a mosquito net approach, which is like the government providing mosquito nets to eradicate malaria. But you then go to this community and you realize these mosquito nets are being used for fishing, because to these communities, food is more of a priority and not eradicating malaria. So there's a case of misplaced priority. So what is a priority? What the government thinks is a priority in community might not be a priority. So we are recommending that there's a kind of co-creation in policy implementation where the target beneficiaries are made as co-stakeholders, even right from the project or policy ideation stage.
So where the private sector comes in, they will be able to provide funding and collaboration. So they will be able to invest in the youth, increase participation, and also provide funding for those areas or those cities or towns or countries that do not have enough money. So that's where they can invest, and it's also a great marketing strategy to have it on your website and your company to say that you have invested in this, you have been a part of this grassroots resilience project, and this is what you are achieving to do. So that's what I believe that we should do. And we basically will have corporate social services along with CSOs to help build that all together and keeping the government accountable. So that's the idea of, it would be like a public-private relationship, a partnership, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so we also kind of think we need to consider the skills gap, because trying to impose a change on people might look easy, but you also need to consider if there are skills gap that could hinder the, should I say, widespread acceptance of such changes. And then an approach or a case study we look at to come up with this is the Indian rickshaw. So there's a phase out of fossil fuel-based rickshaw, and then they are being replaced with electric-based rickshaws. But what has happened is there has been some cases where these rickshaws present some form of hazards to the operator. So there have been cases where there has been some form of explosion, which has led to loss of lives and properties. And then you realize that, okay, you are trying to tell people use more renewable energy base, but they do not have the skills and the knowledge to manage what are the likely hazards that might arise from this. So we think before even imposing changes on people, you also need to make sure that the technicalities needed to operate or accept this change is prioritized as well. And we look at some framework that has worked in certain countries. We talk about the single-use plastic, the emission zone, the sugar carbon tax, especially in the UK, where you go to the supermarket and then you realize you have to pay for plastic bags. And then because you know you have to pay for a plastic bag, you try to avoid using plastic bag all the time. You go with your own bag. You make sure you try to reuse this as many times as possible. You look at the roads. There are some roads in the UK, if you have a car that is older than probably from 2005 and before, you can't use them on certain roads because you have to pay emission taxes. We look at the sugar tax. We look at the carbon tax in some of their products. And we've seen this thing work very well in the United Kingdom. So we kind of think there should be some form of collaboration with small and island developing countries, as well as developing countries in that makes up the Commonwealth, with a country like the UK where some of this framework is working.
So, yeah, it's just basically, again, talking about stakeholder inclusivity. So also with the CSOs and youth being a part of it, the public can also be a part of it, as the CSOs and the youth are basically for the doing advocacy, and then the public can keep the government accountable. That's why we agreed to having a legal bounding, because once you design a policy, it goes into the system, and that can take years, decades, anything to finally be implemented and become a bill and law. So with that, we plan to have that legal bounding and having the public be able to keep the government basically accountable so they can make their promise on how they are going to go effective with targeting the environmental resilience in those countries. This is just some example of resilience in action. So basically, as we've heard, a lot of initiatives, some people have been doing some beach cleanups, including solar power, in installing it in every household, and just teaching it where we're able to have these collaborations, these conferences, and make these network relationships. So hopefully we all can grow together and definitely collaborate in the future.
And so, to end this, we also believe doing international conferences or like the Conference of Parties, we must shift negotiation from an accusatory approach to one where we embrace one another to unlock climate technology and shared financing. Thank you.
I just have something else to say. So sorry. One last thing. With the Conference of Parties, those who are involved in the negotiations, it is really important to have scientists within the room to have, and science communicators, that they are able to communicate why this policy is important to implement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. The laptop? Yes, so from environment, we move to the last room. Are they ready? Yes, Jasmine.
Hello everyone, I have been a note taker for yesterday's Democratic Resilience session. The session title was Strengthening Democratic Resilience in a Changing World.
You know what, you can actually read from here. Use this. Okay, sure. So that we can follow.
Okay. Hello everyone, I have been a note taker for yesterday's Democratic Resilience session. The session title was Strengthening Democratic Resilience in a Changing World. We had several opening remarks. The session started with opening remarks from the moderator, who welcomed all the participants. Key discussions of our session were understanding democratic resilience. So speakers defined democratic resilience as the ability of democratic systems to withstand, adapt to, and recover from the internal and external shocks, including political instability, misinformation, and declining civic trust. We talked about emerging threats to democracy. Participants highlighted several challenges affecting democratic systems, including the spread of misinformation and disinformation, especially on digital platforms, youth political apathy and low participation in governance processes, weak institutions and lack of transparency, as well as electoral violence and political intolerance. We also talked about the role of youth in promoting democratic resilience. We covered several case studies. The case studies that we covered included Afghanistan, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Malawi, Nigeria, and okay, I'll open my laptop because it doesn't show everything that we wanted to cover. So, Nigeria and Zambia and Turks and Caicos Islands. The main objectives of our session was to explore the concept of democratic resilience in contemporary societies, to identify key threats to democratic institutions, particularly in youth contexts, to discuss the role of youth in strengthening democratic institutions, and to propose actionable recommendations for enhancing democratic participation. So while covering all these topics from our home countries, we reached a very important question. Do we even believe in democracy? And most importantly, can democracy as a system work in Africa? Well, in our session, we decided that we do believe in democracy and democratic resilience. Moreover, considering the fact that women and youth are included in the 2030 Democratic Resilience Strategy Plan. So what could be done to achieve the Commonwealth's 2030 Democratic Resilience Goal, and what governments can actually do? We recommend the member governments to introduce formalized, publicly accessible accountability systems where young people can see the policies and the enactment. For instance, formal feedback forms and reports that can empower young people, helping them get engaged in democratic processes. We encourage the establishment of independent, oversized institutions, including corruption bodies and parliamentary monitoring committees. We encourage to create opportunities for young people to join the parliament, government advisory bodies, and national policy mechanisms. Universities can provide sustainable support, host events, provide grants and capacity building, technical support. Group 2 suggested that, that the Commonwealth should create an enabling environment for democratic participation. This includes encouraging freedom of speech, shift the center of gravity from exclusively the governments to the NGOs, civil society organizations, and youth-led groups, because they're as important when it comes to democratic resilience as government. We also ask to provide grants for young people as a mechanism for youth to plan, test, and deliver their ideas, help youth develop better skills, increasing civic literacy, structure planning, as well as the development of necessary in the 21st century technical skills. We ask the Commonwealth to create Commonwealth Youth Literacy Network that includes providing free access to educational resources on democratic participation to all community members across all of the Commonwealth, especially those from underrepresented or marginalized communities. Finally, Group 3 suggested to focus more on civil societies, with more attention on civic education of citizens, ensuring young people know and are aware of their rights. We also recommend the Commonwealth to lobby with the UN and leverage its position as a trusted multilateral actor to build coalitions around democratic norms and youth participation at the international level. Engagement with the UN Human Rights Security Council and relevant treaty bodies. Key takeaways that participants had from the forum was that every society has its problems, and meeting and learning from each other is vital. There is power in putting our minds together and share solutions that we can come up with. Young people are the architects of our future. We have concrete ideas and we have concrete plans. Democratic resilience is not only about strong institutions, but possibility of these institutions to adapt and to respond to young voices. The recommendation that was suggested is something the participants can implement. Commonwealth includes 56 states. It's 2.7 billion people. The future that Commonwealth will have is built by young people across the Commonwealth today. Thank you. Can you please show the second, the other document with final recommendations? Can you show the second document with
the recommendations?
Yeah, is it? Oh,
down.
This
yep.
one. Okay, so this is a key recommendation that we came up with. And we will share them in the group chat, and you guys are welcome to add any additions you guys have. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And talking about the People's Choice Awards, we spoke to the jury, and there's an announcement to be made.
Hi, everyone. Yes, my name is Brandy. I spoke to a number of you, and I think we want to redo the nominations process for the People's Choice Awards. I think the idea behind it was for you to kind of nominate people that you felt have had an impact on you, and we were clear that you can nominate yourself, but we found lots of inconsistencies. So we've had to discard all the nominations, but we want to be fair to everyone. So we've reopened the form again for 15 minutes, so you can nominate someone. Don't nominate yourself. Don't think we are not smart. We are very smart. Yes, and I promise we will catch you. And yeah, so please nominate someone. You can lobby for someone to nominate you. That's fine. But you can nominate yourself. That's what we try to do. So for 15 minutes, the form will open again. And then once the form open again, we will proceed to voting. So you will receive the link to voting. So let's just do this in 15 minutes. We've discarded all the nominations you sent earlier, so please send in new ones again. And also we've made like these two categories. We are doing male and female as assigned at BEV. So please pay attention when we are filling it in, just so that you make our work easy. So thank you very much.
All right, so thanks so much, Brandy. Same link.
Yes.
The same old link.
The same link. We closed the form if you try to access after 11 because that's what we said. And we were processing the data we received, but we saw we can't proceed with that. So use the same link. It has been reopened for you. So yeah, you can use the same link to send in your nominations.
All right, thank you so much. And talking about that, basically we are getting to wrap up this whole summit. But in wrapping up, of course, we have 2 tasks that we have to do. The first one is to finalize the text of the outcome statement. So you've heard from all the 3 rooms. We've taken the document. Christopher is synthesizing the document to have one final document. While we do that as well, we would like to receive some reflections. And I have personally been an advocate for the fact that for most engagements, and most of the times at the Commonwealth level, what we've been doing is that when we host youth engagement events, we try to segregate or bring together different technicalities and areas in their own aspects. So you'd have like ministerial sessions running alongside youth sessions, alongside youth worker sessions. So you have like 3 different segregated sessions. But as you would have identified, this time around, we have like everybody together, and it gives you more opportunities to also interact even with people who are in the ministries, ministers themselves, young people, youth workers, everybody brought together. And I think it works very well because then it helps you engage and understand things much more further. However, I think it's very unique and special that you'd get ministers who would sit in this kind of engagement. And I would like us to really appreciate our 2 ministers who have been with us throughout. The Minister for Youth, responsible for youth from Cayman Islands, Honorable Isaac Rankin. Very much appreciated, because I had walked into sessions and he was there contributing actively, and that's what we want. All of us coming together and doing this, and I think that's something that we need to push to all our ministers to do. And then our Honorable Minister from Barbados as well, Honorable Shane Archer. Yes, let's give it up for him. It's super amazing to have ministers at this stage engage at that level, and that's what we want to push across. And for all our engagement, that's what we'll be doing. We'll not be having ministerial different from young people, different from youth workers. Of course, now we have young people as ministers as well, and that's something that we definitely need to push. But most importantly, we would want to also hear from them about their reflections, being a part of this engagement these past few days. What kind of reflections do they have for us? Any kind of remarks that they have to share with us. And so I'd like to first invite the Honorable Isaac Rankin from Cayman Islands to share with us his reflections briefly of the engagement so far. Let's give it up for him as he comes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, colleagues. I decided I wasn't going to wear a tie today. I wearing one tonight, and I'm wearing it this morning. But what I want to say about this conference, it gives me hope. What I saw over the last 2 days blew me away, especially day one with the discussions, the agenda setting, and then to see so much young leaders in this room who have deep concerns about how we live, where we live, and all the problems that are affecting not only their countries, but everywhere else. I participated in the breakout session yesterday on, I think, policy development. And trust me, it was a different experience, especially for me as a minister. And one of the takeaways I had from that event was that the missing element in a lot of what we do as government, and that is the participation of youth. That made me realize that that is what we are missing in the development of policies, whether it's directly involving youth, but it needs youth input. And I sat next to my ministerial colleague from Barbados, and we had quite lengthy discussions on how we were going to develop this policy for Comonia, that's what it is, Comonia, and reducing the employment by half. But to see the different perspectives around that table, I think it was about maybe 10 of us there, but to see the different and hear the different perspectives from that table, and again, I can say, trust me, this summit has been a game changer for me in terms of my thoughts and how I am now going to try and involve the youth element in everything that we do, whether it be in my Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage, or my other Ministry of Social Development and Innovation. They must be involved. And I can tell you, I leave here today knowing that the world is going to be better with all of you people that's sitting in here. But what we have to do, we have to give the young people an opportunity to be involved with policy making and legislative agenda. Thank you so much.
Yes, we have to get young people involved, and very happy, very honest reflection from the minister. And thank you so much for joining us and for being with us. And we hope that this wouldn't be the last, but every single time that we call upon you, we'll get to see you and we'll get to share this with you because, of course, that positivity, that optimism is never possible unless we continue to work together as partners at every point in time. Honorable Minister Shane Archer from Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up.
Thank you, Joshua, and good morning, colleagues. I must say that this summit really was interesting. Each and every day we learned something new. In particular, yesterday was my favorite day where we discussed policy. And as my fellow minister said, when you hear the ideas and you hear the thoughts of the young people from across the table, I could definitely say that the Commonwealth is in a good place and that our countries and the development of our countries have good persons and great future and a great future ahead for us. As I mentioned on the first day, over the next few years, Commonwealth will have the youngest age in terms of our population. And when we hear persons say that, oh, young people don't know about sacrifice and young persons are not interested in governance and government, I can say that that is far from the truth, because what we saw from all of you over the last few days, there's definitely a deep interest in terms of making our countries a better place, whether it's in relation to climate, in relation to gender, in relation to financing, in relation to debt management, as we discussed yesterday. So I am confident that we are in a good space. I am confident that the youth will rise up, and I am confident that once we continue to keep our voices loud, and once we continue to keep fighting, and once we continue to have these types of engagements, we don't have to worry. The young people will definitely take charge of this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And so that also sets the tone for reflections. And I don't know, maybe there might be people in the room who also have some reflections to share as well. Your personal reflections from the summit, and a feedback as well to us. It will be good to have some honest conversations. What can we do better in terms of putting together platforms like this? Because at the Commonwealth Youth Council, our role basically would be to ensure that we continue to create these platforms for as many young people as possible and wherever that be as well. So any people in the room who want to share any reflection? You have anything to say? How has it been like for you? Yes, Suleiman.
Thank you very much. One thing that I was actually expecting to have as a conversation here probably because back home, the senior special
Can you give the
assistant to
microphone?
the Lagos State Governor on social development. All right, thank you very much. All right, probably one of the conversations that I was expecting to have here and see here, though I've not listened to any, but I'm thinking, though all the conversations that we've had so far are fantastic, it has vision, it has a lot of stuffs in it. And probably because back home, I'm the senior special assistant to the Lagos State Governor on social development. And at the level of social development, one of the issues that we're having with the young people is the issue of mental health and drug abuse. And these are conversations that are actually very important. The lot of young people today, no matter how skilled you are, no matter the exposure you have, no matter how much you have the skill acquisition here and there, if the youths are not mentally stable, there's no how they can be effective, there's no how they can be productive. So one of the things that I think going forward we also need to have is to look at policies, to look at initiatives, the programs that can help young people to have a stable mental health and to know how they can adequately address the issue of drug abuse among young people. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you very much. Anyone else? Aha, this is what I was talking about. Okay, so now I get to choose. Shavin first, let's go. Please get the microphone, I'll come to you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to say it's really a privilege for me to attend. I'm a student, so and I would like to say thank you so much for the CYC in the first place, for organizing such a wonderful and insightful, beneficial summit, Commonwealth Youth Development Summit. And because I came from a rural community, I knew few problems that's going on with our youth, but when I exposed, when I communicated, when I share some messages with the fellow youths, fellow representatives here, I got to know that there's a lot of problems that's going on with our youth community. And it is really matters for us to find a panacea for it. And I would like to say thank you so much for each and every one of you for turning out today for this summit. Because we all are youths, we all are courage to make a change in this world. And I am really proud and I'm really happy and excited to see each one of you. And I would like to also share a message that we should never underestimate the power of unity, because one little gesture might not seem like much, but when everyone chips in, we can make a difference in this world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Who should I pick? I mean, there would always be opportunities. I'll take you. So now we'll make it 30 seconds because a lot of people want to speak. And we are doing it until Christopher says the document is ready.
Thank you so much for organizing such a success event, CYC. And I came here with an open mind, thinking, I was like, I'll just go as I am, but I go back home feeling recharged and believing in the spirit of working together as young people and the spirit of Commonwealth youth. So I had this question when we had that fireside panel discussion about partnering with youth. In the spirit of accountability, we, the young people, we are very good at holding other stakeholders accountable. But I wanted to hear from the ones that work with us. It could be nice to hear from the Honourable Minister from the Cayman Island, and I see the Director of Youth from Zambia as well. Like, what are the positives that when you partner, when you work with us young people, what are the variable contributions that we bring to the table? And also, what are the challenges that you face when you work with us? What are our weaknesses so that we can learn and do better? Because this should be a two-way kind of thing. We hold you accountable and you also hold us accountable. So I thought we should also just learn from them and see what makes us not to fit the position that we think we deserve. Thank you so much.
Come to this side. Was there any hand here? Okay, please.
Thank you, Chairperson and everyone. I think I've had one of the most interesting interaction with everyone when it comes to issue of environment. Yesterday specifically, when we're having a discussion, I realized that I thought African countries were the most vulnerable people when it comes to issues of climate. But then upon realization and listening to my colleagues, it has changed my entire perception about how each and every one of us is going through, and looking forward that the youth are also charged that will make a difference for our respective countries. I think we must take the zeal. We must not just have fun of the conversations we're having here. When we go back to the house, the implementations that we can do, the ones that we can do on our own, we'll specifically take the action from now. Thank you.
Okay, Aditya? Yeah.
In reflecting of the event from the past few days, I have to say what's been most valuable to me is meeting all of you, because all of you are so special, and it's really changed who I am as a person. Seeing people from different backgrounds, different experiences, all come together shows that we're all one, and I thought that's really special.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? So I'm LaShante Sampson. I'm the National Youth Delegate to the Commonwealth Youth Council for the Bahamas. And so what that means is that I have been, Joshua, you're walking out. This is a message to Joshua.
I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So I've been with the Commonwealth Youth Council from this executive board was instituted in Samoa almost 2 years ago. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to commend Joshua for putting on this Commonwealth Youth Development Summit against all odds, without funding, being able to source his own partners. And so I think that it was not an easy feat in order to put on. This is the third in-person convening that we had. We had in the Pacific, we had in Africa, now we are here in Europe. And Joshua has served well. And then next we go to the Caribbean for the CHOGM, the next CHOGM Summit. So Joshua has served well against all odds, using just the power of youth and his team and the other executives that weren't able to make it here today. And again, it's not no easy feat. So I just want you guys just to put your hands together and give him a round of applause for being able to do that. Yeah, and so yeah, I just wanted to commend you for getting this off of the ground, and also just for the ministers for also supporting us and sticking by us in the face of many challenges and hurdles that we have faced in order to be able to put this on. So congratulations on a summit well done, Joshua.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Now I'm emotional. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much, LaShante. And of course, LaShante is one of our national youth delegates, and the Commonwealth Youth Council, we have 2 representatives, each nominated by government and the National Youth Councils, who work on the General Assembly. So the Youth Council has a mandate from young people across the Commonwealth, and this mandate stems from the General Assembly. LaShante is one. We have Caleb, who is also one of them. And then we have Ruth from Zambia, who is also one of them. So we have 56 times 2, that's like 112. National youth delegates across the Commonwealth who support us with the work that we are doing. And Joshua is also one of 10 executives. You saw my colleague Nima and all these people put in their work. And so we are very grateful. We definitely do not want to take the work and the mandate that you've given to us for granted, and every time we'll make sure we deliver. Thanks so much, LaShante, for those kind words. Yes, so we'll take the next person. Yes, Quatra, do you want to share? Okay. Let's give to Steven.
Okay, it just landed here. Maybe I could say something.
Okay, Ruth. Yep.
Okay, so for me, what was really outstanding is how this conference hasn't been segregative. From the moment that I walked in, everybody was so amazing. I came on day 2, but everybody was so amazing. And I'd like to thank everybody for being very participative. because sometimes people just sit back and don't want to give their feedback or their thought. And also, I'd like to thank the government officials that are here. Having you in all our sessions is not easy. It means a lot to us. It means we have your support. And as young people, we learn from you through the process. And then for the young people, I think something I can give to you as a fellow young person is keep on trying, even when things are not going a certain way. That doesn't mean you have to stop. And also learn to empower your fellow young people while you do these things that you're doing, that you're passionate about, because it's not easy. And then also, against all odds, we had visa issues, some of us that were coming from Africa, because we had to go through Asia, but we still made it. And I'd like to say thank you to the team for making it possible for the people that couldn't come here to stream online and participate while we had this conversation, because it means everyone is in the chat, no one is left behind, and that's our mandate as Commonwealth people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll take the last one from Stephen. Of course, we'll come back to this. Reflections are essential, and we need them to be recorded. And as part of reflections as well, we'll be sending a feedback form for all of you. And what we plan to do is actually that we are going to issue like certificates of participation, but it will be tied to your feedback. If you don't have any feedback, you probably didn't participate. That's the whole idea. So if you participated, you should be able to give us feedback, and feedback helps us enhance the kind of activities we are going to do subsequently. So we'll do that. So Stephen, let's hear from you. Then we'll go into finalizing our outcome, and then we'll
Thank you so much.
Break.
Today has been the third day of the event, and personally, I've learned a lot with respect to all the three sessions. That's the democratic resilience, the economic resilience, and the environmental resilience. So one thing I've picked in that, we have to always be disciplined, because as youth of this generation, discipline to me is the hallmark to freedom. So if you want to live a better world, I think being disciplined is one of the hallmark. Secondly, I think our deepest fear is not that we are powerful beyond measures. Our deepest fear is that we have to stick to ourselves, believe in ourselves, and do what is expected of us. I think once we do that, we can be able to achieve the 2030 agenda that we are all yearning for. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, so thank you, Stephen, for that feedback. I would invite Christopher. Chris, are we ready? Yes. Okay. Christopher, are we going to count down? Yes. Yes, so we are finalizing the documents that we have in the next 30 minutes. We go through it. The good thing about it is that every time we would like to go text by text and have an agreement that this text, of course, we all agree that it should be the outcome of this conference. You want to share reflection? Yeah, we'll come back to reflections. The
good
outcome.
Afternoon.
Okay. We'll have a discussion on it. Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
I think we are at a point where it matters the most. We've had an opportunity to go to different rooms and dialogue and come together and present. Mine is just a simple task and exercise to get everyone to contribute and agree, or rather see how we can improve. So what we've done is that we presented on different proposals from our breakaway session, and we tried to synthesize them so that they could feed into a whole broader outcome document. But before I start that, I will just highlight that there were cross-cutting themes that were emanating from our three deliverables. One looking at the calling upon of Commonwealth member governments and the Secretariat to embed in youth participation as a structural requirement, and also the adoption of cross-pillar digital strategy that positions technology, including AI, across. And the other one was more into rural undeserved youth communities must be central to programming through the Commonwealth. And then the fourth one was looking at a recommendation amongst the Secretariat to establish a dedicated grant that will serve directly to youth-led organization, enabling them to co-design and be able to test and implement initiative across the 3 strategic areas that we will be speaking about. And finally, we were looking to the adoption of the whole society framework of governance, so that young people are included in the conversation of decision making. So we'll start with the pillar 1 of environment. The forum is proposing a strengthened legal and policy framework, enacting enforced climate legislation with clear accountability mechanism, enabling public oversight and redressing. So I want us to see if there's anything that we can improve in this one, or perhaps I read for pillar 3, and then I can open it up for the House. Is that okay? I read both of them, and then we can come on board and do okay. And number 2, they proposed institutional strengthening for climate governance through establishing or reinforcing specialized institutions such as ministries, agencies for climate change with dedicated and regulatory capacity. Number 3, to scale investment in clean and resilient infrastructure through prioritizing green infrastructure, renewable energy systems, and low carbon industrialization pathways. Number 4, leverage technology and AI for climate management through deploying AI and geospatial technologies for environmental monitoring, hotspots identification, and resource mapping. Number 5, promoting public-private partnerships through institutionalizing PPP frameworks to accelerate climate financing, green innovation, and infrastructure delivery. Number 6, to advance sustainable production and supply chains by mandating and incentivizing private sector adoption of environmentally sustainable practices and circular economy models. Number 7, strengthening civil society role in accountability and finance through positioning CSOs as key actors in advocacy, independent monitoring, and mobilization of international climate finances. And number 8, empowering youth as climate actors by supporting youth-led advocacy, digital mobilization, and skills development through structured partnership with government and industry. So these are the recommendations from the climate action. So how we'll do it is that those who are presenting as the input in terms of improving kindly help me by editing on the document, and we'll synthesize on the agreement. Is that okay? Hello? Eita? So yeah, we'll start with this one. Is there where we think we can improve in of this 8? So I'll see by a show of hand where we think we can improve, synthesize.
Caleb. Oh. Okay.
The mic. Who? Oh yeah. Yeah, he'll help me with the microphone.
Does anyone want to make further submission?
Let's stand against the line then.
Okay, sure.
I just have a general comment which I also shared in my group yesterday. That, for instance, I'll just give an example. Like the last,
number 8.
Number 8, which
Yes.
say support youth-led advocacy. I feel like just to say support is too general, and we're giving room to someone else who's gonna sit on that table to decide what kind of support we need. And sometimes it may not speak to what we want as young people. So I'm thinking if we want funding support, let's be clear. We want $2 billion put for youth-led advocacy in climate action. So I thought we should be specific in our wants and our asks so that we don't have to leave room for someone else to decide for us when we're not in the room that's making the last decision. Thank you.
While we are still there, can you help us recoin it? Support youth-led advocacy with technical and finance, maybe? So we need to refine. Let's refine. She's proposing that we say support youth-led advocacy with technical support and finance. Or how do we coin it? To sound it more accountable holding, right? Perhaps. Yeah?
Hi. I will go to the same point. Support the youth advocacy or support, or like she said, financially. But I would like to add an issue. Like, so many people couldn't get here in this conference. So many young people missed it. Okay, so I think that's kind of support. Like I'm thinking like that e-visa, that maybe we can. I'm just raising my voice for those. Like, they couldn't come, they couldn't get the visa. Maybe next time they will have better support, you know. So that's all I want to add it. So.
All right, noted on being intentional on the ask, right? Finance, technical support. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Okay, so my point has to do with the first point. I think it is too broad, and it probably lacks a measurable target. So if we could adjust it by putting it as maybe enact binding climate legislations with a clear target. So if we want to get a net zero timelines, if we want to have adaptation benchmark or something, so that probably we'll know that the legislation scope is not just there. It doesn't make it too broad. So we have a specific target we want to achieve. So at the end of the day, we have measurable ways or things to be able to measure with how much we have done.
That's like a 20, 35, or a 20, 40 deadline. Perfect.
Okay. Targeted 2030 deadline.
Yeah,
yes.
so
Yeah.
Yeah, so just on the
Number?
point 8.
Point 8.
Yeah,
okay.
Though I can't see it, I can't see the changes, but I'm just thinking, just like what the
she said.
Yeah, the technical competency might. I'm just reading through it. I don't know. I kind of think maybe the skills development is also saying the same thing. So it might just sound like we're still. But the finance aspect, yeah, we have to be very specific about that. So, yeah, that should be there. So they know what type of support we need. Because the thing with the government is they know how to take our words for it. So when you see support youth-led advocacy, they might just say, okay, if it's about support, if it's just about maybe publicizing your work or those kind of stuff that are a little bit generic but not really so impactful, they will give you those support, but we need to be more specific. So yeah, the funds should be there, and then the technical competency probably it's the same thing with skills development, just saying. Yeah,
Thank you. Good progress, colleagues. Okay, I'll have her and you then.
About youth as climate actors, we can put a particular, thank you so much, for finance or whatever, through
Which point number?
8.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and even when we go, I'll speak about it. So when you move through, I was in the economic room, right? And we establish a particular target with public-private partnerships and whatnot. So can we put like again, like a number or a percentage to say allocate X amount or X percentage, and maybe say for different countries, different bits, maybe? You know, just something measurable in percentage when we talk about finance or financing it, if that's a good.
Yeah, but also just reconsidering that to be realistic, you don't maybe want to underquote or under projection. You know, sometimes to say dedicate 1 billion to that, maybe we can do more, but also you just need to be considerate to present something practical. So I hear you. As much as we do, we should also be on the both side, looking at the economic landscape, but see what we can do feasible. 1 year, 2 years, what can we achieve from this, being practical? But that's a good submission as well.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, him and then the director.
All right, thank you very much. My contribution to this part is two things, because I just checked my phone and I discovered that the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 will be ending by 2030 December. So we are in 2026, so it means that in the next 4 or 5 years, the SDG goals will be expiring. And one of the things that comes to my mind is the local content. You know, when we have beautiful policies like this, we also have to consider the local content while we are implementing it. So what's happening in Nigeria is different from what's happening in some countries. So while we have these beautiful ideas, because we want it to be implemented, we want it to come to reality, so we should also consider the local content so that it will be well implemented. Thank you.
Good riddance. Thank you for reminding us that. You can give the mic here.
Thank you so much for the contributions and for the input that has come. I just thought I should provide some guidance. So usually when we are working on documents like this, what the Commonwealth does and other bodies is to provide a framework within which countries should operate. They don't give specifics in terms of specific targets because I think in terms of countries, in terms of priorities, levels of development, we are all at different levels. So for instance, if you put a target to say, let's commit, say maybe $1 million to a particular target, whereas some countries may manage to do that, some countries may not, because our priorities are different. So you find that maybe one country does have the resources to do that, and another country has priorities maybe in the health sector. So, you know, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Basically, as countries, that's how we operate. What do the people need first vis-a-vis the other needs? Not that the other needs are not important. They are all important, but when we take it home, when we start localizing documents like this, when you take it home, you take it to Ghana, you take it to Zambia, to say we are beginning to implement the declaration from the Commonwealth Summit that we had, what are the priorities? Then you will begin to pick as a country and narrow down, speaking to your budget. Because this, when you take it home and you're going to implement it at home, it has to speak to your national budget. So if your national budget cannot support it, then it means already in terms of those targets that have been set, you have failed. But when you come back now, you'll be able to measure to say, for instance, from Zambia, when we talk about climate action, we're able to pump in maybe 500, US dollars. As Namibia, we're able to pump in 2,000. So I thought I should give some guidance. So even as you wait, you can't put specifics in terms of amounts of money or the actual targets. Thank you.
That's why we needed Council of the Wise, of the elders in the room. We really appreciate it. And every day is a learning curve. In the next forum, we all shine and tell people how these things are done, right? So it's a good learning. Yeah, we have the mic. No? So colleagues, I've captured here that we should refine an example as given to number 1 and 8 to see also that the inclusion in terms of our ask. The proposal was to include support in terms of financial support, not defining how much, as directors alluded. Others may manage 10,000, others 2,000, but at the end of the day, they'll say this is how much we supported. Technical support also, as well as skills development. Right? Hello?
Hi.
We are together.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, I would like us to move to a session, another second session.
Sorry to chip in, but
Yes.
before you move on to the next section with the point 4.
Number 4, yes.
Yeah, you talked about deploying AI and geospatial technologies. I think also chipping in human intelligence could also play a role in terms of intersection between geospatial and then human intelligence.
So we include human intelligence as well?
Yeah.
So you don't show here because I'm not projecting on my laptop, they're projecting there. But I've also asked those who were with these sessions help us so that...
And then lastly, and lastly, I think from the Commonwealth Secretary General, Excellency Shelley Ayokubuchi, I think last year in July, launched the Commonwealth biodiversity forum. So I think based on that, we could also chip in the idea of biodiversity in one of the points. As a metric, because it was being launched in Guyana last year. So I believe that in most of the small independent developing states, which about 25 countries or so, could learn or draw lessons from the creation of the new Commonwealth Biodiversity Forum in Guyana.
Okay, correct. Can we clap ourselves heads for completing number 1? These people don't want to leave to go for lunch. I'm giving up until the next 9 minutes to conclude. The second one, we were looking at international cooperation and climate justice. I'll also do the same, read them, and then we internalize and we contribute. We go to, okay, yes, sustainable resource management and inclusive governance. Adopt long-term adaptive climate policies, design policies with short, medium, and long-term horizon integrating flexibility. Oh my God. Okay. Let me read from my laptop. They're fighting me. Okay, I'll follow from here as well. Institutionalized participatory policy design embedded in community engagement from ideation to implementation to ensure policies reflect lived realities and priorities. Strengthening policy implementation and continuous monitoring, establishing robust monitoring and evaluation system to track outcomes, identify gaps, and enable iterative policy refinement. Number 4, align national priorities with community needs, shifting from top-down planning to evidence-based, locally informed decision-making processes. Invest in skills for green transition, developing national reskilling and upskilling programs to prepare citizens for emerging green economies, e.g. renewable energies, e-mobility. Introduce and enforce environmental economic instruments by implementing measures such as carbon taxes, emission penalties, and levies on single-use plastic. Improve policy coordination across government ministries by eliminating duplication and fragmentation through clear mandates, streamlining institutional role and inter-ministerial coordination. Enhancing youth inclusion and climate education by institutionalized youth representation in governance structure and integrate climate education into formal curricula and community programs. Any comments or improvement?
Any comment? Yeah.
Yes.
So for point 6, yes, I think while I agree for sure on the syntaxes, if you look at a lot of, I mean, if I can use South Africa as an example, many people just try and make ends meet on a day-to-day. And if their only form of, income is being a taxi driver, yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling to see if an additional, tax is really the way to do this. However, I mean, if you look at the global north, I think it really would work.
So number
I don't
6
know.
be reconsidered.
Yes, I think,
Thank you.
or perhaps, we can
Yeah.
get some help with this.
We'll have Charlotte.
I do agree, actually. I think it will just widen the gap in between inequalities, and so the rich will keep being able to pollute because they can pay the taxes, so they will just not change anything while the poor have to take up the consequences. So yeah, I don't think it would work personally. I don't, yeah.
So thank you very much for those observations. I kind of think this is probably there's a way we should have worded it much more better to show inclusivity, because it's still one of those issues we discussed yesterday in our seminar group about how the vulnerable ones in the community still get to bear the brunt of some of this policy that from surface level looks very good, but at the end of the day, they further widen equality. So this policy, to me, in a country where there's no widespread equality, it looks good. So probably what can be done now is to make sure that these vulnerables, especially the people that will be widely affected by, let's say, something like an emission tax on vehicles, are bring on board doing the policy formulation stage itself. So you propose to them that, okay, we are planning on doing this, but we have concerns that this is how it might affect you. What do you think about it? And what do you think is a better way to go about this? So that way, the government then realized that even if you want to bring an emission penalty probably on using vehicles that uses fossil fuel, it is now still so your own responsibility to provide at a very subsidized rate an alternative to them. So they don't end up still being the one paying for that. So I kind of think they need to consider this, the way it will bounce back on the vulnerables in the communities.
Thank you. I'll have Adisha and then her to close. Since you have the mic.
Thank you. Yeah, I second his point completely. And to touch up on what Madam said over there, I do believe that I come from a country with 1.5 billion people. We start putting carbon taxes on people. We need to really rework our infrastructure. We need to work on public transport to get there. We haven't gone as far as the European countries in that manner, or even if we take the UK, for example. I'd also say with 7, improve policy coordination across government ministries. I do believe if that, and you say eliminate duplication and fragmentation through clear mandates, whatever, and so on and so forth, right? I feel like that's already a priority in most governments, but that isn't done because of, let's say, corruption. The only way I could see that being solved is by having maybe an external panel through a public-private partnership, or someone come in and audit what is being duplicated and what is fragmented, and then streamline that process and then give it to the governments.
All right. So the proposal is to include through partnership with private.
100%.
Okay. Yeah, that's another way. I will have him. Yeah.
Who else? So my improvement is regarding number 4. It says shift from top-down planning to evidence-based, locally informed decision-making processes, but it doesn't go into any depth onto how to get this type of information and how to acquire it from these local communities. So maybe some sort of examples such as surveys or interviews, or inviting people from the community into build, I don't know, maybe just to expand on how you can go about doing this.
Merci, shukran. So we have 2 minutes to do this, and then the remaining one we can do after lunch.
Yeah, I would like to talk about, like, to add on point number 3. I'm thinking about, like, during COP27, there was a loss and damage fund that was created for wealthy countries, high emitters, they committed that they'll be giving out like $100 billion per year as climate financing for the loss and damage that has been done. And most of the time, that commitment remains unmade. So I think the Commonwealth can help us to advocate, more like to pressurize wealthy countries to meet their commitments that they have made. And also, the Commonwealth can also help us to advocate for a shift when it comes to climate financing. There should be a shift from loans to grants and make funds more accessible. Because now countries are having more debts because of these loans. So we should Commonwealth should help us to advocate for grants and not loans. And then point number 5, which talks about investing in skills for green transitioning. I'm thinking that right now, most of the climate funds go through national governments or large intermediaries. And I'm thinking that the Commonwealth can help us to push for, it should help us, first of all, to advocate for dedicated funding windows for community-based organizations, youth groups, and local governments. And these community local actors, they should be the ones that should help to implement investment in skills for green transition. And then I'm also thinking that the Commonwealth can also help us to push for simplified application processes. Many local actors, as we speak right now, are locked out by complex systems. So I think the Commonwealth has the power to help us to push for simplified application processes for grants if they're there, and what have you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We've been very instrumental in improving. I like it how nobody's bringing in new points, but just to say, let's improve this point and coin it this way. So with that being said, we are now breaking for lunch, and I can assure you that after that, we know our stomach will be moderate. We are fasting, we are not eating a lot, and we come in and conclude with the remaining one. Thank you so much. The announcement?
Thank you too.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Do you want to give yourself a clap? Yeah, and I'm looking out for the people that were in my room. I said a clap. So do you want to give yourself a clap? Do you want to try again? Give yourself a clap? Great. So before we go, I'm also acting as the Electoral Commissioner for the People's Choice Award. Are you excited about it? Yes. So should we give that a round of applause? Great. So we have our nominees. So just by way of information, we received a number of nominations, but the people proceeding to voting are the people that receive more than one nomination. So we didn't want to make our delegates be scrolling endlessly. We feel if you receive more than one nomination, then your chances are higher. So those are the people progressing to voting. Are we excited? Yes. No, the yes is so low. Are we excited? Yes. Great. So we have, for the female, we have Zaria. Zaria, are you here? Yeah, so that's Zaria. And then we have Isini. I hope I mentioned that well. Are you here? Okay, great. And then we have Mary. Yeah, that's Mary. And then we have Srishti. I can't see Srishti. Oh, yeah, great. That's Srishti. And then we have Danielle. Okay, yeah, that's Danielle. So that's for the females. And then to the men, to the males, we have Dr. Umar. Where is Dr. Umar? Okay, that's Dr. Umar. And then we have Shegun Bamidele. Okay. And then we have Samir. And then we have Theophilus. Theophilus. Okay, I can see Theophilus. Okay, yeah, that's Theophilus. And then we have Letha. I hope I said that well. Lita Samsam, yeah. And then last but definitely not least, Shavin. Where is Shavin? Okay, great. Yeah, so once we come back from lunch, we'll proceed to voting, the actual election. Everything is set up. We will hit live after lunch. So see you again after lunch, and I'll have more details for you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. And because nobody nominated me, am I not a delegate? Why didn't you nominate me? Am I not your favorite? So because of that, I'm keeping you all here for 10 minutes before we go for lunch. I'm kidding. Let's go for lunch. Let's come back here exactly 1:30. So from 1:25, we'll be moving back and get here exactly at 1:30 and finish the unfinished business of the outcome statement and get that done. Thank you. Oh no, please. I'm a young person. Yeah, no, I mean, we discarded that, and now people are allowed to nominate other people, and the award is called People's Choice Award. Am I not your choice? Wow, I mean, you say it, but you didn't prove it.
So maybe unless you put a new category, everyone's choice award.
That's what we say, show working. Show working. If you say show working. All right, thanks so much for coming in. We are back. And yeah, everyone will feel that you are tired. After eating, that's when the stress or the tiredness sets in. But let's shake it off. We'll do like 45 minutes of serious business, and we go back and get ready for the main event, the gala, right? Before we head in, let's shake off ourselves. Let's shake it. Like, can we be on our feet? Shake, shake. Yeah, your heels are hitting. Yeah. Let's all be on our feet for just a short period. A little exercise. Okay. Be on your feet. Do this, and do that. Make sure you are not hitting anyone. Make sure you are not hitting anyone. Move your arms here and there. Just make sure you are not hitting anyone. I just want to be sure. Yeah? This youth, okay. All right, so we are going to do a short exercise. I made you do this and this so that you know what we are going to do next, right? A brief exercise. So you do as I do and say as I say. Don't miss the instructions. Do as I do, say as I say, right? Are we good? I'm not saying do as, relax. Do as I do and say as I say, right? Okay, so, I mean, you would want to move a little bit back from your desk, just a little bit, and space out. Quick exercise. And this is also something that you can also learn, so that whenever you are working with young people, you can also adopt it, right? Okay, so have you seen? Or heard? About Headley. Who was needed? In the army. From the left. So you go to your left. To the right. Hip, hip. Hooray. Have you seen? Or heard? About Headley. Who was needed? In the army. From the left to the right. Hip, hip. Hooray. Obviously. So now you understand what is for which part of your body, right? Have you seen Headley, who was needed in the army from the left to the right? Hip, hip, hooray, right? Okay, so now you know what to do. So you actually what? Do as I say and not as I do. That's the catch. Do as I say and not what? As I do. So you do as I say. So you do as I say and not as what I do, right? Okay. Have you seen? Okay, so that was just, I mean, we would pardon the people who got it wrong, but just be a check on your neighbor if they get it wrong. Right? Okay. Okay. Quickly. Have you seen? Or heard? About Headley? So wait. Did we see anybody who did it wrong? Can we be honest to ourselves? I saw some people who went this way. If you know you went this way. Okay, let's go one more. If you know you went this way. I saw somebody there. I don't want to mention their name. They know themselves. They went this way, and they are not sitting down. Okay, let's go one more time. Have you seen? Or heard? About Headley. Who was needed? Anybody who was needed? Please, if you did this, please sit down. If you did this, sit down. And please, those who are seated, please be a check on those standing. Right? Be a check on those standing. We want honest and responsible leaders. Please. Right? Have you seen? Or heard? Abba Headley. Who was needed? In the army. On the left? No, wait. The people who didn't move at all, or you had it wrong. If you had it wrong, just sit down. Wow, it's so difficult to keep people responsible, right? Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't want to drag it on and on, but most likely would have done it till we get a winner. But I know all of you are very sharp, and then we can take our seats. Yeah, but the whole idea around this is because we get to see things in particular ways that sometimes it's difficult for us to follow what exactly is the real signal, but we continue to do it as we'd probably keep watching people do it, right? So you realize that we had the have you seen or heard, you know what actions they are and what they meant, but when you have somebody leading you, you are sometimes tempted to follow the person even when the person is wrong. So as much as it's an icebreaker, it's a big lesson for all of us that at every particular point in time, follow your instincts and understand what exactly you are being requested of, not necessarily who is standing in front of you. Because sometimes people who stand in front of you as leaders would intentionally want to mislead you. And if you follow them in doing that, then you are putting us into a ditch. So as much as this is an icebreaker, it has a lot of lessons for all of us, and I do hope you did enjoy it, and you also did pick up some of the lessons. So we'll go straight into adoption and documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we clap our hands for ourselves for making it this far? One of the things that I got to hear is that people are really looking forward to the gala dinner. The conversation we had in my table during lunch, people were comparing what theme color they're wearing, the kind of makeup they're going to put, the kind of hair they're going to wear, the kind of perfume, and the kind of song. Apparently there'll be some request, and I think people are going to do a lot of TikTok challenge. I'm very scared for later today, but above all, that's what happens when you celebrate achieving 3 days of excruciating input into this document. But nonetheless, we are looking forward for the later. Now back to the business of the day. We are almost done. The last one, I'll also read them, and also we can comment. Just also to make notice that, like I said, the cross-cutting themes, we'll also share them towards the end, an integration of climate as it was more emanating from all of the presentation. So one on international cooperation and climate justice, strengthen global climate collaboration mechanism through promoting structured knowledge sharing platforms for replication of successful intervention across country. Reframing climate negotiations towards partnerships, shift from adversarial approaches to collaborative solution. And then number 3, scale climate financing for vulnerable states, prioritizing access, predictable and adequate climate financing for small island developing states and other vulnerable regions. Number 4, facilitating technology transfer and capacity building through establishment of the global mechanism for equitable sharing of green technologies and technical expertise, and localizing policy instruments. Oh, shit. Oh my God. I withdraw my essay. Okay, how do you do it? Yes, strengthening representation of promoting. Thank you. Promoting joint policy development and co-design, encouraging co-creation of climate solution between developed and developing nations, and integrating climate security into national systems. And this is through aligning national institutions, including security sectors, with global environmental commitments. I'll just read this so that you include them into the discussion. Cross-cutting recommendation across all the 3 sessions was that there's a high consensus system-level priorities emerging across 1, government and accountability, transition from policy intent to enforceable, accountable, and transparent governance systems, strengthening monitoring, evaluation, and and citizen oversight mechanism. I think we all agree that from the 3 sessions, there's no accountability. Our government doesn't want to take accountability and agree that we've set instruments from different forums. How do we track and owning up to that? Inclusive and participatory systems institutionalize co-design approaches, ensuring youth, communities, and vulnerable groups are embedded in decision making. It came across all sessions that we still see, tokenism given to young people that are not included in the process. Even the frameworks are designed without them, and they're only there for celebratory. There is no finance from across board. We've got nice programs, but there are no budget allocations and intentions across all this. So that's one clear recommendation, that we need to be very, very particular about financing these interventions. And then technology and innovation, leveraging AI, digital tools and data system for climate adaptation, mitigation, resources and efficiency to make sure that our youth programmings go very well. We know we still maybe in some other countries we are 10 years behind, whereas emerging states are utilizing technology and AI. And who are the better people to do that, to change the narrative of how the systems in our country, from road to transport to how we do turnaround time. So there's a need for that embracing of the technology and innovation. A strong emphasis on capacity and skills development. We cannot reiterate how across all the sessions we discussed how it's very important that young people are identified, skills given to them, and also making sure that they have enough capacity to make informed decisions and also optimize on their human capital. And the 6th one that also came around was that all these things will not have to hold the waters if they are not embedded in policy. And then that there's a coherence in addressing how fragmentation it is. We know how often at times I know when the ministers introduce themselves, people ask, how do you become Minister of Youth and all this and all this. But we also, apart from that, we see that across all government departments from our countries, there need to be coherence, because it's like there's a duplication of efforts in terms of doing things, especially for youth mainstreaming. So it's very important that that coordination should be very done. That came out very clear from this Youth Development Summit. So colleagues, with that proposal that have been said, this is not the whole document. This was just trying to synthesize and see what, as you were presenting, these are some of the things that came out, particularly where now the information was harvested from young professionals who are in the room and also proposing on lived experience. Remember, some of us are coming from civil society, others are working directly with government, others are scholars, others are decision makers. But the whole question remains, where are we going? What are the proposals? What are the practical things that we can do? What are the timelines, honestly, are we looking at if we are saying these are the proposals in terms of that? So I will open the floor in terms of anything that is worth capturing, especially looking at the cross-cutting and the last one. Somebody help me with them. Okay.
Hello, it's not working. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's working. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi.
Hi, Daniela.
Thank you. Hi. I just had a question regarding technology and innovation. So you're saying leverage AI, digital tools, and data systems and technology for climate adaptation and mitigation. How exactly could that work? Because coming from a scientist's point of view, adaptation is basically preparing for what's to come. Do you know what I mean? So how could we use AI especially for that, for climate mitigation and climate adaptation. Can you just elaborate a bit on that, please?
Yeah, it's for all of us to discuss. You can. Yeah.
And something really remarkable is that AI also, sorry, I hate mics, but AI also, in finding breast cancer, AI was able to find breast cancer tissue at stage 0, 5 years before it fully developed. And now I know there's a particular company that built Puerto Rico after the hurricanes called Guidehouse, and they use AI technologies, and they're just acquired by a massive multinational to actually work with when hurricanes are going to come, how to make proper infrastructure for it. So I think AI would have a good role here, but it needs human interaction to keep playing with it. But that's my idea. 100%.
Thank you. Yeah, you can.
Okay, that's fine. So with the use of AI specifically, if you work in a sector like the Met or the hydrological organizations or societies, they have devices that can predict rainfall, can predict the rate at which this is going to happen. So at the end of the day, if we have powerful tools, just like she mentioned, we can use those tools to identify the measures, the data. At the end of the day, we do analysis to be able to come to a conclusion that this is a specific crop that works in this region. There is a specific plant that works at this place. So at the end of the day, the AI tool has been able to identify and tell us information about the region or areas within which we want to work. So it has several ways of trying to help. And specifically, yesterday I set an example with Ghana that drones and AIs can be able to identify minerals explorations in specific regions. So if we want to mine at this place and the gold is here, we don't have to clear all these forests to be able to get the gold that is here. We can be able to get an AI that would specifically tell us that the gold is here. And that we will be able to adapt to that area, explore the place, and get the gold. That is all.
But something that I was thinking about, though, is thinking about, well, how exactly as of right now is AI actually impacting the environment? Because I remember in some of my research, you have, like, through high energy consumption, there's massive water that's massive amounts of water that's needed to cool some of the systems and data centers while we're using AI, and it's because it's growing at such a rapid pace. And if we're trying to think about environmental sustainability, I think, yes, we can leverage AI, which is good, but I think in such a moderate portion, because we don't want to override the exact thing that we're trying to focus on. 100%.
I think finding that balance is definitely...
Okay, so she already... Thank you very much for that wonderful suggestion. She already said what I wanted to elaborate on, which is on looking at creating that form of balance where while we are trying to maximize what we think is resource efficiency, we are not also hurting the environment. Because, majority of the criticism about AI use, especially from the environmental perspective, has always been how the adverse effects it has on the environment, especially when it comes to the cooling system of AI data system. So, and again, it's also the same thing with even this sort of net zero stuff where some scientists have tried to quantify the carbon footprint if we choose to switch from fossil fuel based to, let's say, saved energy, what do they call this, EV vehicles. So they still realize that this vehicles still actually generate carbon footprint through other components. And after they did all the quantification and they said the differences were not really that much and it's not worth it, basically. So I think before we propose this, we need to probably do a sort of cost-benefit analysis. Yeah. So we are sure of what we are benefiting and what it will cost us, and then we can say, okay, whether it's worth it or not.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much. So I've stated here, obviously you cannot see, but also I keep on repeating that people who were in groups, I know they've already shared with Joshua, but also after this we can also meet to input. Capture that we should look into its manageable, to be manageable, moderate, and also striking balance in between. Because the question then remains, ideally, where do we see gaps as young people? and how do we think AI can help us? We agree that is something that we need, that can come as a solution for us and for our governments, but also being cognizant of its disadvantages. So I've captured it as a way of managing a balance and seeing the effective ways. Any other point apart from AI?
Any other points from the 6?
You can go to maybe cross-cutting. Yes.
Anyone?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm just wondering about the finance and transitions because currently we all know about in the current situation, global geopolitics. It is a backlash between the talks and idea of climate change and its impact and the ongoing political science and the ongoing international relations. So, this backlash is also affected about the finance and the transitions for these most vulnerable countries. So if and climate justice under this current situation becomes more undermined. For this section, especially number 3, if proposed a special fund, between common law, because it can be a specific that will be help, and it could be volunteer for most of countries. They have an emergency fund because when a climate change crisis happen, they can immediately fund it in and transform it this situation, handle this situation. It could be most realistic than just putting on this kind of war.
Yeah, okay, we'll see you. So thank you for pointing it out. But okay, let me also read it from the government side. They said, urge government to introduce or expand youth accessible financial instruments, including low interest startup loans, government-backed grants, and revised credit vetting criteria that enables young entrepreneurs, including those without financial history, to access capital on equitable terms. No, I'm reading from the document not displayed. I see that scrolling. I'm reading from the white paper. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think I want to speak to capacity and skills development, and I would also like to connect that with, I think, the one from section 3.3 that I wanted to speak to in the last part. And so prioritizing green skills development to ensure population can participate. I think in a way we are neglecting the part of awareness, because the people that are mostly affected by climate change and the people that do not contribute to it in underrepresented areas, and they do not have the vocabulary for it, are not even aware of the problems they are facing. And so in a way we are neglecting climate awareness and connecting back to integrating climate education into the curriculum, because I believe that teachers are also not skilled in terms of climate science, and so it should also be modified to climate awareness to ensure that the necessary skills, the awareness is spread rather than integrating it into the curriculum, because that can lead to overloading the curriculum and also just, fragmenting the advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think it also brings us to all the 3 breakaway sessions that if there's a gap, there need to be integration and awareness into our curricula. If we are complaining that there's lack of leadership and governance, it should be introduced early. If there's climate, it should be early. Economic empowerment as well. There's a need for an early introduction, right? Okay. Any other?
Yeah. Any other submission?
All right, in the absence of more input, I would like to say it has been an amazing morning to us, the afternoon, to have equally good minds to contribute to this document. This is how we tend to learn, to contribute and work into a high-level policy document, but most importantly, to see how what our thoughts can translate into powerful proposals. And I want to thank everyone for contributing from breakaway sessions to the larger plenary to say you've been an amazing future presidents. One of the things that I did day one was how many of us want to go for politics, how many of us want to be CEOs, how many of us want to be philanthropists, and I can assure that in this room, future ministers, future presidents, future CEOs, future startup funders are here in the room, and let's continue building on the network. I know the Secretariat here will tell us how we get hold of the broader, larger document, and we see how we disseminate it and make sure that we can help follow with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome to my YouTube channel. Thank you.
God richly bless you.
Don't worry. I had nothing in the cup. Okay, thank you.
Okay, hello guys. Hello guys. How are you feeling? Are people campaigning? Has someone come to you to vote for them for the People's Choice Award? Yeah, great. So hi everyone. Drum roll. Yes, feel free to break them. We have insurance. So anyways, so we can start voting now. The voting is open for the People's Choice Award. This is the most important election in the world. I'm happy you like it and you agree. So please vote now for the most important election in the world. And you can only vote for one person. So like one person in the first part and then one person in the next part. And oh, people want to see the faces and names. We did that, but we can do a run through again. Yeah, they want you to come forward. So standing for the female presidency, we have Zaria. Zaria here. And then we have Isini. And then we have Mary. And then we have Srishti. And then we have Danielle. Now for the males, well, if you go to the form, you see blank votes. If you don't want to vote for anyone at all, you can just click blank vote. And then we have, for the males, we have, yeah, so these are the people standing for the female presidency. Thank you very much. You can have your seat now. Shall we give them a better round of applause, please? Yeah, the people at the back were not clapping. Shall we give them a round of applause, please? Great. So now for the males, we have Dr. Umar. And then we have Shegun. And then we have Samer. And Theophilus. After Theophilus, there is Letha. And then we have Shavin. Yeah, and then you see a blank vote, but that's if you don't want to vote in that category. So these are the people we have here. Please vote if you just scan that thing. Gentlemen, please have your seats. Shall we give them a round of applause? Yeah, so the idea behind it is the fact that you've come, you've met people, so we just want to recognize people who have gone a bit extra and they've had an impact on you, and we just want to recognize their effort. Is this a fair deal? It's a fair deal, right? Yeah, so how is the voting going? Is it easy? Great. And the good thing with the system we are using is that once the polling closes, you get to know who won. We are thinking about that. But the system automatically will email everyone with the results. So there's no human interference. It's just about the timing when we decide to close it. And then they will be awarded during the gala. So in the gala, when we are all in our fancy dresses and our ball gowns, then they will get their awards. Has everyone voted? Is someone still voting? I see some people still scanning on this side. I see people throwing signs. Everyone voted? If you voted, can I hear you say yeah? Yes. I didn't hear from that side. Have you voted? Okay, great. So one last time, has everyone voted? Yes. You are such good students. Give yourself a clap. Yeah, some of you missed it. Give yourself a clap. Shall we give ourselves a clap? 2 claps. 5 claps. 1 clap. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brandy. And with that, we move to literally the last ends of our engagement. I would invite my colleague and Vice Chairperson, Inclusion and Engagement for the Commonwealth Youth Council, Ms. Nima Sheikh Abdikadri, as we work on adopting the outcome statements from the summit.
Colleagues, dear delegates, we now officially declare the document above, which you have just approved with corrections, adopted. So may I have the ones who are in agreement with this say yes? Yes. The ayes have it. So the document is officially adopted. I would love to take this opportunity to say thank you to the colleagues who are here, the delegates who came all the way from different countries to come and put this document together. Your strength will be recognized and is appreciated. For those who have made corrections, you may see Christopher after the event. Thank you, and may God bless CYC.
Yes, so formally we are done with official business for the summit. But one thing that we sneaked into the whole outline is to have a conversation with all of you. In the next 15 minutes, we would just want to have a conversation with you. Over the past periods, you've had the opportunity to interface what the CYC is, what we are able to bring together, the things that we are able to achieve together. We know we have spoken to you. You've heard from other stakeholders. You've heard from ministers. We've heard from ourselves as other colleagues as well. We at the Commonwealth Youth Council want to see a world where young people are at the forefront, where our voices are heard, and not just heard, but also integral in implementation. I think it's clear. One of the key benefits that we keep proposing to government is that if you talk about whatever problems that you're having, young people are the solution. If you talk about debt crisis, debt management, the biggest issue, because if you're not able to raise financing for budgets, we propose a volunteer program. Get young people to volunteer. Don't let them do it for free, of course. Pay them, but then let them acquire the training. By in the paying, you don't have to necessarily pay them at the level that you would have paid people who would have been there, and let it not be like forever, but a particular period. It could be like right after their university, you pay them a certain amount to be volunteers, and that means that you don't have to wait to recruit teachers, for instance. Young people could step in and do that, and then you're able to fix your debt issues in terms of education management and education financing. So that's a very complex technical issue. If it is an issue about climate, of course, you want to reach your climate target, get young people on the grounds, they get to solve it. I mean, young people are solutions, not the problems. So we push for that, we keep talking about that, and you've interfaced it, you've heard from us about what we are doing. In the next couple of minutes, we want to hear from you because, of course, you're also working on the grassroots. We want to see how can the CYC help you. And then also just to say that a lot of people definitely reach out, oh, how can I be part of the Commonwealth Youth Council? The Commonwealth Youth Council is not a network necessarily, and it's not just a group of selected few people. It is open to all young people of the Commonwealth. And there is not any kind of individual membership. Your membership is tied to your country's membership of the Commonwealth, and that is why the heads of government in 2013 were the ones who endorsed the Commonwealth Youth Council. The Commonwealth Youth Council, therefore, is like a multilateral organization in itself, which you cannot necessarily walk in as an individual to be a part of it. And so someone might ask, how do I become an executive? Because sometimes maybe joining is probably becoming like an executive. To become an executive of the Commonwealth Youth Council, you have to be nominated by your National Youth Council alongside the government that is in conjunction with the ministry responsible for youth. As well, in countries where you don't have National Youth Councils, whatever the youth mainstreaming configuration is in your country. So, for instance, in Ghana, we have the National Youth Authority. They step in to serve as such. Of course, that's one of the key things that we are working on because when the ministers of youth met in the UK, at their last youth ministerial meeting, the idea is that every country should have national youth councils. And the idea is that youth issues must be led by young people and they must have the mandate. So we are advocating for youth councils to be set up, and it is in their declaration statements which you can hold them accountable for. So we are supporting countries that don't have youth councils to set up youth councils. But that's the process by which then you get nominated and then you get elected as chairperson or vice chairperson of the CYC. So I'm saying this also because, I mean, this year we are heading into elections, definitely. And so look forward for communications, hopefully. And then for some of you who would want to be youth delegate for your countries as well, that is a nomination by country, National Youth Councils, and then also alongside Ministry of Youth, they do the nomination for that. So you'd want to be in touch with those stakeholders because we'll send communications out to them for National Youth Delegates. With that said, I understand that for the past periods that you've interfaced the CYC, you might have good understanding, good ideas about what kind of recommendations that you may have. Of course, I'm not promising that we can do everything, but what I'm also promising you is that we will not relent on anything that you say, and we will try our best to put it into action, get some solutions around it. Already we are doing some things, and so in responding to some of your issues or recommendations, I could actually also share some of these things with you. So see this as a town hall. with the CYC, and my colleague Nima and I will try our best to answer as much as possible questions that you have. For people who are joining us online, you could actually also provide your questions into the group chats, which we have, because I think the online audience have felt left out. And for this session, you can actually share any recommendations that you have, and I'll have my colleague Brandy share those recommendations if any of them come in as well. So is there a microphone around? I think there was a running microphone that was around. Can we have it? And if there is anyone who has anything to say. Okay, yep. Yeah, I see a hand over there. You can start from here, Srishti, yeah?
Can I give you feedback?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think I can't think of being happier to be here, because I believe as youth, right, when we try speaking up, we usually get overshadowed. And certain times we feel like we know better, and sometimes we do know better. And we're constantly overshadowed. We're said no, we're told no, we're turned back. And I think there's a certain level of grief and guilt that comes with it. So now when I look at everyone around and I see everyone, I'm happy that I have sounding people who will be on panels for me to ask questions to, who will be my mental panels, but also people I can share that grief with. Because it's hard. It's hard to speak up. It's hard to get recognized. And I'm so happy I have people to share all of that burden and the good parts with me. And thank you so much for that, Joshua. Thank you so much for all of it.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a hand at the back.
Coming to you. Okay.
Sorry. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much, Joshua and the entire team, for putting this together. It has been very beneficial to me and everyone else here. My name is Damilola, and I am from Nigeria. So one thing that I would propose as a recommendation to the council is designing sort of like a youth policy lab, which can help civic organizations like mine back home in Nigeria to present data that would be valuable to the Ministry for Youth in different countries. Because the kind of activities we do at my organization is we go to universities in different states, and we engage young people on their civic responsibility and what they can contribute to the society as young people. And so we find that there's a lack of education in terms of the curriculum of the universities about social studies, social education, and civic education. So if we can find a way to create like sort of like a coalition between the civic organizations and the Ministry for Youth to ensure that civic training and education about governance for young people is mandated, I think that would go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you very much. I must commend the work of the executive for putting together this beautiful and impactful event, and it's been nice to meet everyone. And two things that I want to speak to. The first one is, how do we track the outcome statement? Can I put it that way? To ensure that everything, the recommendations are being taken up, or how do we see it reflecting in real time change, right? Is there a form of feedback, a loop, a way of measuring that, okay, this has been taken up or agreed on by this, and these are specific actionable steps that are being taken, you know, at the higher level? Then the second part is how can the CYC support young people to move beyond advocacy into also designing, you know, entrepreneurship skills, non-profit, or actually just designing solutions that matter, right? Just contributing to that beyond advocacy. And so are there efforts or already existing programs that support that? Thank you.
Yeah. I like to see hands going up. Yep, I think.
So my name is Patience Mnyenyembe from Malawi. I have two comments. So after adopting this outcome, the heads of state are meeting in August, if I'm not mistaken. November, yeah, that's a long time, and I was just wondering, like, is there any? I would suggest that we should. I don't know how can we lobby the national youth councils or ministries in our respective countries, so that when they meet at that particular summit or meeting, they should be aware of what we, the young people, talked about here, and we should be like lobbying them for them to push for us, because it's a very high level event, and most of us might not even be there. But we need to have to lobby support from the heads of state in our local countries, starting with the national youth councils. So I would like to see more engagements with our local authorities from the CYC to CYC, yes, to make sure that this message that we have come together and spent so much time to put is put across the Commonwealth. Our national youth councils, for us who has national youth councils, are aware of it, and we should make them. We should buy support from them so that they can speak for us and be loud enough even when we're not in the room. Number two, I just wanted as a recommendation. I liked what I think Comrade Joshua pointed out about intergenerational solidarity. I think that's what we should be moving towards as we're doing this youth stuff. So my recommendation to the organizers is that next time maybe it would be nice to have more elder people, leaders in the panel discussion, so that we're not just speaking to ourselves, We should be able to relay our message to the people that we want this message to reach them. So I understand that maybe others did not come because of other difficulties, but at least they should have representation for us to be assured that we're not just talking to ourselves, but we're speaking to someone who is going to take our grievances, our concerns to the right authorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before we take much more, I've noted down some concerns, of course, and I'll need to respond to them. So I think the first one was about Youth Policy Lab. I think that's a good idea, and we'll definitely look at it and have conversations around it. You should be hearing from us on those ones. How do we see and track the statement? I think, as mentioned from the start, the outcome statement from here serves as the base document for our consultations after this. So we are going to have consultations with young people across the 5 regions of the Commonwealth, which then we actually put together. So the point is that the CYC as a mechanism, and of course see this also as kind of an info session on what the CYC is and how we are configured. So the CYC is configured in a way that we have seats on ministerial meetings at the Commonwealth level, and especially at the heads of government meeting, would be reporting a lot to different levels of ministerial engagement. And so we definitely are not able to, and I always tell my colleagues that whenever I stand anywhere and speak, I don't want to speak as Joshua Opey. I want to speak as chairperson of the Commonwealth Youth Council, and as chairperson, that means that I have to be speaking with a particular mandate. That means that for whatever thing you talk about, it must be things that have been backed by a particular group of people, so it doesn't become like it is your opinion. So whenever we have outcome statements like these, you are able to stand on them and say that when we had about 100 young people come together from about 50 countries, we met at Oxford, this is the outcome statement that we committed to and they want to see governments do. It has a lot of backing. I've seen it in action, because when we had the Samoa Declaration, there were things that we wanted, and we have been able to configure in a particular way, have conversations with countries and seen changes. In Namibia, when we met, one of the key conversations that we had was about financing the CYC, because the CYC, as configured, does not receive automatically financing from countries, and we do not also automatically receive financing from the Commonwealth Secretariat, and the CYC is different from the Commonwealth Secretariat. You might want to think about it as your university administration and your student representative council or your student union. The student union in and of itself is an independent configuration of the university, but of course they do work together hand in hand, and that's what the relationship between the Secretariat and the Commonwealth Youth Council. And one of the issues that we had, and we still have, is about financing, for instance, the CYC. And in Namibia, then we had the General Assembly pass as part of the declarations that some particular financing arrangement should be made for the CYC. That makes our call much more better. And so when we have outcomes like this, it is easier to pick the outcomes and run with them than when we get into rooms and it becomes my opinion. So most of these things that you've said, for instance, you'd see us most of the times in our conversations at CYC, use what you are spoken about and reference that when we met with you, this is what we discussed. That is one. I just want you to understand technically how we pick these conversations up and run with them and how we expect to see results out of it as well. The other leg of it is the fact that whatever thing that we discuss here, we are going to publish it formally and document it, and then also share it onwards into youth ministries, to the Commonwealth Secretariat and our other partners as well. And then it is going to feed as well into what we are going to agree on as a General Assembly as part of our outcomes at the Youth Forum, because the Youth Forum in Antigua, that would actually serve as the strategic planning for the CYC, which then becomes real actionable work that we are going to do. So these outcomes are going to feed into those processes. So it is good to take note of it, that these things would not end here. And that is why, as I said, you might be thinking that the fact that we opened it up for people to make edits, contribute towards it, it was not just a formality, it was actually to be able to get that kind of collective bargaining that this is something that we all endorse to. And I didn't prepare it, I didn't bring it here, and all of you created it from your breakout rooms to here, and then you decided. So it helps us make a good case out of it. And then also, in terms of, so I think that also fits into the conversation on how do we lobby youth councils and then the ministries, because then already, as I said, it's a bargaining document that we have now, and it is easier for us to talk about it. Hopefully next year, I might not be in office, definitely, and I will not be in office, but for whoever is coming into office, if the Commonwealth Youth Development Summit is held again, there will be conversations on the outcomes from the previous year and what we've been able to do since that Commonwealth Youth Development Summit as well, to track and benchmark some of these things as well. So in terms of lobbying for youth councils, that's not a problem. And Christopher, for instance, works with the Pan-African Youth Union. They work with all the African national youth councils, and we'll be working with them to get all the youth councils aware of some of these declarations, and then we'll work on action planning around it, that what exactly should be done in terms of how we can achieve some of these things. And then in terms of moving from advocacy to help and make things happen, I think we've already started working on those things. And I told you we have the Youth Leaders Fellowship coming up. We have the volunteer programming coming up. So it's not just about, advocates, and we think that young people volunteering is a good idea, but we are actually setting up the framework, mobilizing the resources for it, because the CYC is positioned in a strategic way that is able to mobilize some level of resources so that we can come in country. And that's why interfaces like this with some of you already doing work in your countries helps us a lot. Because then if we want to go into, say, Zambia, we will talk to Ruth, and Ruth says that, no, there are these map out some kind of key organizations. So whilst we work with the ministry, the National Youth Council, we have other young people who are then able to also feed onto it, and then it helps us really engage with these governments much more better. But we already have programming in place that seeks to make sure that we move from just advocacy, because I mean, you can talk as much as you can do. You must put your money where your mouth is. We can't just keep advocating, but as part of advocacy, we want to show how to do it as well. And we are doing it, and I've had a conversation with our national delegates. We'll actually be running projects across countries. We'll have the Commonwealth Youth Council work together with national delegates to deliver some projects. And so that's also something that you should be looking out for. Next set, I think we'll take 3 more people. Oh, that's a lot of people. Okay. I've not heard him speak. And I think you all admit, I've not heard him speak. Who else have I not heard speak? You have not heard you speak as well. So the 2 of you, we took somebody from there. I'll take you. Yes, so 3 people. So let's go in that direction. Him, Gerald.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Joshua. You'll go to heaven. So first of all, I want to thank Joshua, Nima, and all the executives for the opportunity given us. I think it's been a hurdle for you guys, and I know you are tough. That's why you've been able to put this together. I think that as we are living here, we should not forget that we are the change. If we listen to Mr. Ichikowet, he resounds or resonates that we should take action. As we are living here, we should be inspired, we should be transformed, we should want to make the change rather than waiting for it to be implemented. That's why when we were working on the policies, we had places for the youth and then, other organizations. Let us start running with what we have. Let's not just wait for it to be implemented by government. I think that is when we can make impact. Our friends who are into apprenticeship, Samir who is into recycling, those who are going around talking to the youth and all that, empowering, let us double our steps. Those who are cleaning the ocean, let us double our steps, and I think that we will get somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Helen. Helen?
Thank you all so much, and thank you and your team for putting this together. I've really met great people, laugh out so loud. And so what I want to add up is that moving forward, I recommend we get a section for mentorship and career development or diplomacy so that those who want to go into that, I think Ms. Mabel mentioned that just to emphasize, yes, it's again. Then the next thing is with financing, which is one of the greatest challenge for CYC. I want to first of all ask, which of the avenues have you tried? If partnering with private organization could work, that you give them a slot for them to speak, give them a special package, say gold, silver package, you have 5, 30 minutes, 10 minutes. And then if they buy into that, you bring them on. Obviously, of course, organizations that meet the values or goals of CYC, if you pitch this to them and it becomes a thing, then you can get sponsorship from these people. Again, if you want to share with us any of them you've tried or how you found, because I know your team have done a great job, but I think we can do better in terms of the sponsorships. If you have to reach to MasterCard, any of these well-established organizations that are in line with CYC staff that you think could be of great, I think you can try checking out these avenues as well.
Yeah, great one. I like this kind of input too, and very happy to hear from you about it. And I like it, so I'll just respond to it. And we are happy to speak further about engaging more partners. We did reach out to as many partners as possible. And I think the alignment in terms of values is essential. So we'll definitely work together. And let's have a conversation afterwards. We are open to resource mobilization. We are configured in a way that we are able to support. And the CYC is literally the only youth mobilization organization, independent, that cuts across regions. Because the most vibrant of them all are literally limited to regions. And the CYC is not it's not like something that young people decided to come together, set it up just like that, but it's backed by government. So we have a lot of credibility and a lot of resources at our disposal. So we are happy to have conversations as well and see how some of the private sector, we can look them in. So I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Before I come in with my comment, I know there are a number of things that have come up that require some input from government. But just out of curiosity, how many young people traveled for this meeting sponsored by their governments? I'm just curious. Show of hands. Okay. That says something, right? Yeah, it says something. I'm not sure what sort of relationships we have with our governments back home, but I think it's important for the CYCs the youth delegates, to work closely with your youth councils and your ministries, because at a certain point, you will need the backing of your government. I noted yesterday from the session that I attended when I was sharing Zambia's experience in terms of the open door policies that we have, how our permanent secretaries, even my office, the minister's offices, how they can be accessed by anyone, you know, on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Some people mentioned how in their countries that is, it's difficult, you know, almost impossible to do. So then my thinking was, how can we unlock these doors for young people? So you take advantage of such convenings. Ensure that when you're coming for these meetings, you come with your leadership. I'm here from the ministry and I've sat in these meetings throughout. She's from the Youth Council. She sat in these meetings and it's important to get that feedback. It's important to hear. And also, as the organizers, take advantage of countries where you can draw something to learn from and make those countries make presentations to talk about what is happening in their countries and how it's happening, so that then the other countries can begin to pick leaves. And also strategically, then you also ask certain questions, especially when your ministers are in here, your permanent secretaries are in here. It doesn't make sense that as a young person, you should interface with your leaders here and you can't interface with them at home. It doesn't make sense. You should be able to interface your leaders at home. How are they serving you when you're not communicating with them? You know, it's important to have that dialogue. It's important to have those conversations. However, those are not things that can be achieved in a day. It also matters how you approach them, the strategies that you use, you know, courtesy. I always say that your attitude in life can take you far, because I have seen how I have gone out of my way to serve young people who come to my office with the right attitude, as opposed to a young person who shows up entitled and making demands. So all those are some of the strategies that we need to use, how you approach these offices, how you approach the people to whom you need certain, you know, things done for you. It really matters. There was an issue that was raised earlier in terms of how we see you as young people, as governments. How do we see you? We see you as partners. We see you as partners, as co-creators in the youth ecosystem. There's nothing that we can achieve if we don't work closely with you. And that's why some of us believe, I think I shared with a few people of how I allow young people to walk into my office and I'll ask them, what do you think about this? Or they'll have certain observations. And I have noticed that when I listen to what they are saying, the output in terms of my work, the ideas that come out. And my boss will be like, oh, director, this is amazing. How did you get to this? And I'm like, the young people. Because you have the ideas. Also, you have this fast way of thinking and you have these amazing ideas. You can create something out of nothing. And so I appreciate that vibrancy, that energy, that creativity. However, it's important that we interface. We have to dialogue. Yesterday, I talked about how you cannot quickly rush to social media to talk about what your government is not doing for you when you have not sat down to have a conversation. So I think the starting point, it's same as a home. Take it down to a home, your family. How are you going to complain about what your father or your mother is not doing for you before you have a conversation with them? Right? You will not take it to the neighbor face. You will need to talk to them. I don't know if this thing is working, is it? Yeah, so you need to have those conversations. And then you talked about the outcome statement to say, from here, then what? Look at, first of all, the starting point is, I don't know how public your national budgets are. Ours is public. You're able to see what is in the national budget and what is sitting where. That is a starting point. See where the priorities are, where the money is sitting. If there is nothing there, still lobby through your ministry. We have raised resources on behalf of youth organizations. All they've had to do is tell us what they want to do, and then they tell us their partners, and then through the minister's office, we have written letters to raise resources for them. So those are some of the strategies that we can use. If you need endorsement, I have sat in meetings with youth-led organizations and their partners and would-be partners, where they're asking you, how are you working together with government? And then you go ahead and put a case for them so that you help the youth organization get resources. You talked about this meeting and how you're talking to yourselves. I don't think you should look at it like that. Of course, the attendance hasn't been as good. I've attended, I think maybe this is my third or fourth meeting. And some of them, the attendance in terms of civil society, government officials, ministers, etc., has really been good, such that when we have now those side meetings as government officials, we've been able to address some of these concerns that you're raising. And that's why it's important that they are part of these meetings, so that now when we move away, imagine if they were here with those things that I have picked from the many things that you have raised. It means I was going to raise them in that side meeting where I would sit. So let's ensure that, Joshua, even as we're inviting, if it means getting a higher authority to invite the ministers and the permanent secretaries, the senior government officials, let's leverage on that to ensure that they are present in such meetings and such conversations. And then you talked about lobbying for the youth councils to support. I think it also goes back to the election process, how as youth delegates you were elected to be part of this, because also now that matters. Whether it's your government, your youth council that elected you, or I don't know who elected you, it will be a roadmap for you in terms of how you achieve your mandate. Because if it's not your youth council that has elected you, if it's not your government that has elected you, then who are you representing when you travel? And how are you going to work closely with the government and the council if they are not even aware of your election? So even when we receive such correspondence, transparency is important. And, don't rush to be in a space through illegal means, so to say, or not the right channel, because you will face so many obstacles. You will be in this position and you have no backing from your council, you have no backing from your ministry. Put your case forward, write, request. I believe that somebody says no matter how much you write, sometimes you don't get a response. And what I said is somebody one day will respond. Somebody one day will respond. So don't stop. Don't stop knocking at those doors. Don't stop sending that correspondence. I think I will end here. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much. A lot to unpack from that, and very happy to see that we have government representation here as well. And I think we've taken that, so those pieces of advice in terms of especially like how do we work interface with government. And I think, as I mentioned, the CYC, although independent, is intertwined in the multilateral space with the Commonwealth Secretariat and for most of the things that we do. So we actually have a representative from the Commonwealth Secretariat here. Of course, I mean, and they are not necessarily playing active role because it's a CYC event. Samson from the youth team at the Commonwealth Secretariat. Samson, let's see you. And all throughout the 2 days, we had someone from the Commonwealth Secretariat as well present, and I'm sure you might have had the opportunity to engage with the person. As much as possible, I think we try to create that balance between the youth council and then the existing framework of multilateralism. It's complex, I'll tell you for a fact. But we take on that independence, and for other countries, we would have definitely extended invitations to the ministries, reached out to national youth councils, and we think that this is the first of its kind, actually, that we are pulling off something like this. For most of the time, in Namibia, we work together with the government of Namibia for this particular engagement, also because of how time-sensitive it was, and we wanted to convene it ahead of the CYF because we're actually going to go into the regions and do regional consultations. We wanted to do this quickly and then move into the regional consultations because we didn't want to go into regional consultations without a base document. So the outcome statement from here becomes the base document for the regional consultations. That's why we had to hold this as soon as possible before we go into regional consultations. 5 regions, and we need to do that way before November. So we'll be coming into your regions and expect that the emails will be coming to you. We'll be reaching out again to government to convene because we have to work together with government to convene and also make sure that young people who come there have like a lot of mandates. We'll try our best to strike the balance because, I mean, young people have also been complaining about participation and how the processes are. Our national youth delegates, of course, as I mentioned, they are nominated by countries, nominated by the youth councils, and we work closely with them, and also their recommendations of young people in their space. So it's a whole complex thing. We try to juggle it, and I think with your guidance and advice, we'll be able to really be efficient in that space. Thank you so much for coming as well and for being with us. We really appreciate it. Yes, let's give them a round of applause. Yes, that is leading by example, and we are very happy about and appreciate. So I'll take Omar. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, then we are done.
Just a point of gratitude, first of all. I think, first of all, to the whole team, Joshua and Nima and the whole team, to make sure that we have had the tools that are necessary to ensure that even though we've only been here for 3 days, we have really been able to have access to the right ears for our voices. And we've been able to pick the right brains with our ideas. And we've been able to really discuss amongst ourselves. And from this crucible, we've managed to really get new ideas going. I think I've learned more from 3 days than I have from some fellowships that I've been part of. And I've been fortunate to have been part of several that are several weeks long. But I think all of this is based on how carefully we've been able to curate the people who have intervened, the ministers that have been able to be part of us, and how we have selected the delegates themselves. But also, I think part of it is because of the wealth of the Commonwealth, no pun intended. The idea of saying that the Commonwealth, at some point, many of our young delegates are representative of countries that are facing the same kinds of issues, and it really makes sense to start a journey of leadership from that kind of perspective. But I think we really would have been able to learn more if we were able to do it for a longer period of time, sort of a fellowship, which unfortunately today is not the case. So I think the question to you is, when are we starting the Commonwealth Youth Leadership School? And really ensuring that we can do it for a longer period of time. Many of us do not have the opportunity to sit in a school and really learn formally how to get leadership. And we've been, recipients of informal leadership training. But I think with the support of this network that you have, I think it really would have been something amazing. If we've managed to get an outcome statement that is of this high value after 3 days, imagine what we can do after 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and really longer programs. So that would be my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'll come back to that. Who is the second person? I think I pointed somebody. Ooh. Yeah. Theophilus, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Joshua, Chairperson. I think I would like to also share a personal experience when it comes to coming for this program specifically. I don't know how many of you have a proximity to your government or power in your respective countries. In my case, it was very difficult to secure a slot or to speak to any government official specifically on why you have to come for the program. But at the end of the day, I think the mandate is upon us to be able to make ourselves available for the purpose. So I sat down and I presented something. I did speaking notes for the presentation, even though we had not been asked that there was going to be any presentation. I sent it to Joshua. Joshua, do you think this aligns with Commonwealth Youth? He said, oh, yes. So I went back to one of the government officials. I said, oh, I've been invited for a program, and this is a presentation I want to go and do. And of course, the presentation that I want to go and do is on behalf of the country. It's an issue that I have to speak upon. It's an issue that I need to address for the world to get to know. So it is about you putting it forward before your government, letting them know the importance of this gathering, not specifically, no one will come and pick you and say, go for this conference, no. And at the end of the day, our social media handles are there for us to promote it. I saw this conference and all that and started following because of Joshua. He was a student leader somewhere. All of a sudden, we saw Joshua posting pictures, going outside, doing this and all that. When it happens like that, everyone wants to have that kind of experience. So it is upon us to do it. And when we do it, Joshua have me today. I'm sure by the time I get to Ghana, I'll have 10 people. So next year, I'll be coming with like 10 Ghanaians. And they would also be a pillar to come with other Ghanaians. That is how we need to do it. Yeah. And that is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. No, I already pointed out to the 3 people, so unless the next.
Thank you so much. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was the lobbying, but maybe to just phrase it better, I would encourage more of the public-private youth participation. So not only do we look at the bigger organizations, there are already young people that would like to partner with CYC. They have their organizations, they have their companies that could also work. And then I wanted to talk about young people, having more young people in such meetings. So for this one particularly, I'm not going to speak for Zambia because my government is very good when it comes to sponsoring us. I'd like to talk for the young people that haven't made it to this meeting today. I'd like to talk because we've been having chats with other NYDs. Some people haven't made it here, not because they didn't want to, but because the governments were not willing to fund them. And not because they didn't reach out to them again, but because they just don't understand the importance of having young people in such meetings. So as you do the regional consultative dialogue, Joshua, I'd definitely recommend that you engage these government people. Tell them the importance of bringing the young people in such spaces. Sometimes impact might not be seen by that young person sitting in this meeting, but right now everything is social media wise. The experience I'll have here, share on my social media, another person will learn. So imagine if, I must say Zambia was supposed to have about 5 delegates here, but because of the visa, we couldn't all make it here. So look at it, if people would actually come in numbers, learn, share on their social media, it's a way of teaching each other because we're in the 21st century, everything is digital, people can learn from such experiences. So governments really need to understand. And while you do this regional dialogue, again, I will recommend my government to be part of it. And trust me, they can sponsor themselves to be part of this. And I would like you to learn from the Zambian government how they actually are able to sponsor young people every time such commitments come about. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so reflections on the 3 inputs so far. Of course, we have to end quickly so that you could all go. Yeah, so on the fellowship, I think you took, well, they're still out of my boat. So we are working earnestly on a youth leaders fellowship. We made a call for a technical committee. We had about 1,700 or 1,800 people apply to be part of the technical committee to co-create something like a fellowship. And I think I do understand it as well, the essence of having something like that. And especially if we think about the future of the Commonwealth and safeguarding it, it's a matter of bringing institutionalized approaches, and fellowships are one of the key things. Although we have like a lot of fellowships around, we realized we didn't have like one Commonwealth-centric fellowship on leadership. Most of them are on academic. I mean, there's a lot of scholarship, but that is like a lot run by other organizations, but not necessarily like Commonwealth-centric organizations. And so we worked together with already was also existing in the space. So we reached out to the Association of Commonwealth Universities. You know, they run the Commonwealth Scholarships. And if you don't know about it, there are Commonwealth Scholarships that bring you to the UK to study. We have the Queen Elizabeth Commonwealth Scholarship that takes you to other Commonwealth countries. We have other scholarships tied to the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth Association of Commonwealth Universities also running a fellowship that allows you to do a PhD for about 6 years. It's climate fellowship as well. So there are lots of them, but there was not one that is really centered on leadership and young people. And that's why we decided to bring the Commonwealth Young Leaders Fellowship, and we are working together with multiple stakeholders, and we are looking forward that we'll get buy-in from different partners. So we put together a committee to work on it, and maybe this is a spoiler alert, but I expect an announcement in the during the gala on a fellowship, and that is yes, we are doers as young people. So I know I can see Tayo smiling because yes, there has been a lot of work done on a fellowship that I can talk about. And thank you so much, Theophilus, for the kind words as well. I mean, I like it always, and I understand that when we are able to do one thing, the next time, more people will get things to reference, because there are a lot of people who reached out to me to ask me, can you share with me pictures from the Commonwealth Youth Development Summit from last year? Because they are not convinced enough. They want to be convinced that, oh, I can come for the Youth Development Summit. So all of you are like first-time participants, and you must be proud of yourself. The first ever Commonwealth Youth Development Summit. And definitely, this has come to stay. We'll take your feedback and whatever processes it is, because things must be institutionalized, especially when it comes to like convenings like this. We barely thought we'd be able to put this together when we started, but all of you have given us reason to believe that all the effort we put in was not a waste and it was a good effort, and so we'll do it again and again and again and again and again. So please be on the lookout for the feedback. We would of course want to make it better. And make sure that we get all of you involved and all those things. And we've had different conversations. A lot of people say that, okay, so once I'm out of the youth bracket, how do I even come back and support? And that's how things are supposed to be. It's supposed to be a circular kind of thing. It must revolve. And the conversations on mentorships and all those things, because mentorship is something that we've even configured into the regional consultations. So as part of it, as much as it's more about getting feedback from people, it's also about getting people to hear from people who have done it before. How can you get into some spaces? And I mean, there are a lot of people reach out to me and they're like, how did you do it? And I'm like, bro, so happy to always share it. But of course, we need to be intentional about it as well. So we would input that as well. And thanks so much, Ruth, talking about partnership investments again. And I think from here, what I get is that we need to create some kind of group of friends made up of young people who are very passionate about partnerships and resource mobilization. And I think we can actually be able to mobilize some kind of good resources for youth development. If you are for the motion, say, yeah. Okay. So we would actually have a conversation on creating a group of friends, young people collated together, that we would actually champion resource mobilization across the regions. And I think for most of the times, because we've not been able to make a case for it, that we miss out on some resources. Like governments are ready, organizations are ready, some people are ready. And I tell you for a fact that some of you here who are here and organizations that sponsored you, they were giving us sleepless nights, calling us, how do I register this gentleman? I want to register the gentleman to be a part of the program. How can I register the person? And I was like, oh, you need to send this. And they're like, yeah, I'll send it. They send that. And the organizations are very passionate. So I tell you for a fact that, yes, I agree with you. And so out of this, one of the key action items, create a group of friends. And for those of you who will be interested, get on board it. And then we can actually mobilize some resources as well. I'll just take two more. That was these two. And then we'll be done so that we'll go and prepare for the gala. Yep. Jasmine first. Microphone. Ready for the announcement? Okay.
I think you briefly mentioned my proposal. I thought about proposing Commonwealth Youth Development Alumni Network because our cohort this year is really cool and it would be nice to keep in touch with each other. So we talked a lot about policy and we talked a lot about intermediate point and final point, and we do not need to treat summit, like the end of the summit, as our final point. So I would say a better alumni network, like an introduction of the alumni network would be cool. It could start with like using our WhatsApp group and like rebranding our WhatsApp group as like a place where you could share opportunities that are going on, and where NGO owners and startup builders could also look for volunteers and people, just so our cohort would continue existing. Yeah. So it would be nice to have something that we will have afterwards.
Yeah, that's a super recommendation. Yeah. You see why this engagement is important? Yeah. Christopher said Clark it. Yeah. So we'll definitely do that. And of course, this is low resource initiatives. And a lot of times when I talk to my colleagues, I tell them that I like ideas that require zero startup capital. I mean, create a WhatsApp group. I mean, and periodically we could be doing some kind of engagement. I mean, we could get some people to come and speak to us, keep the conversation ongoing, check up on each other. I've not had the chance to connect with so many of you because every time you hear from me, it is let's move, let's go. So I would want to also hear more. And maybe a lot of you have things to share. The 4 minutes that most people came to spend here, you didn't get to even do justice. So we can even, like amongst ourselves, do speaker series. You come and speak, coffee chats, talk about a lot of things. And who knows, this can grow into a good community.
So
I'm happy to take that further. Thanks so much for that recommendation. Yes, so.
Thank you so much giving me finally this chance. And as a non-Commonwealth delegates, I'm really appreciated to be here. But I have a friendly request from all of you. As you may know about the situation of Afghanistan or may not, because when I talk for few of you, you haven't any idea about what's ongoing on this society. But I don't want to share all the unfortunately situation or gender apartheid that exists in my country, unfortunately due to support of foreign countries, especially US, and due to some other geopolitical tensions. But as I just want to quote one of speakers, the nice sentences that said, opportunity is not everywhere, but Thailand are. Afghanians are so Thailand. They not give up in 5 years to struggle against the worst regime and terrorist regime in the world. We run a lot of online universities. We run a lot of, because under the Taliban regime, women not allowed to educated. Schools are closed, universities are closed. And Afghanians run a lot of online courses, as some of mentioned it, that this now the digital area, and we can do it. And all other activities, because we are not just struggling with Taliban, we are struggling with the Taliban ideas around the world. Let me be clear with you. In 2025, all Afghan students that received UK visa is 0.07 around all the world. But now, like UK government just banned UK visa for Afghan students. What is the UK government difference with the Taliban? Also, they don't let us educated, but they don't let us educated. Because I know a lot of you all of aware that when someone receives it from the countries like Afghanistan or other countries, receive it full scholarship from UK, they are so talented. But I know a lot of girls that preparing for receiving full scholarship, but they even evening, the interviewers cancel it because what is their different? I also last year I received full scholarship from US. I have been in Pakistan for preparing for my interview. Even I traveled from Afghanistan to Pakistan with thousands of problems. And guess what happened? US announced a travel ban for this kind of these countries, and unfortunately I can use it, that full scholarship. But fortunately I received the other scholarship that came here. But my point is that these problems exist, unfortunately, and I will be really appreciated if you can somehow support it as, like, we have different kind of online courses. Maybe during 1 week you run one course and like voluntary teaching the girls that you are unfortunately having any success to basic humanitarian rights. And any other initiative thoughts that I can with my other friends can do to advocate just and bring a change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, the club tells it all, and I think that in solidarity, all of us here are happy to provide any form of support as well, as much as possible, to do this. And I think from the first day as well. And that's why I was saying that our posturing now, of course, full commitment to 56 member states. But the CYC, for instance, is not just limited to the 56 countries. We extend to a lot of member state countries who are not necessarily Commonwealth member states, and do work together, because issues or threat to young people anywhere is a threat to young people everywhere. And it is some kind of solidarity that we have. So let's see. As we mentioned, we are creating a community out of this engagement, and for whatever kind of support that there is a need be, I'm sure there will be colleagues here who are happy to provide support as well. Yes. Thank you very much. And that brings us to an end to this session of engagement, and also talking about social media. I think we had seen that some of you have already started collaborating on Instagram with the CYC account. I mean, if you make your post, you can collaborate with the CYC account. We want to see so many posts out there. We've not been able to tell so much of the story because almost all the colleagues here are also so much involved in everything. But whatever thing you see, you can repost. Post about yourself. The pictures are in. I think there was an issue. Some of the folders were empty. All of them have been uploaded. Post your pictures. Collaborate with the CYC. Tag the CYC. All platforms would share, repost. Let's send a message out there and let's create the momentum and keep it going. And on that note, I'll invite the Electoral Commissioner.
Okay, guys, how are we doing? Yeah, you made it. You are the strongest, right? Okay, so I have the results ready. Shall we do drum roll? Yes, thank you. You're such a good crowd. And I think, yeah, so first of all, like my teacher would do, everybody's a winner, but we can, but we can only have one winner, right? Yeah, so this is your election. I'm just presenting the results. And actually, the email you received from the Ballotilo, you can use it to access the results. So we can all see the same thing. So the email you used to vote, you can, if you check your mail. Hopefully it works. Okay, so the results speak for themselves. Thankfully, I don't need to talk a lot. And so, like I said, this was your election. I've only been fortunate to be your electoral commissioner. Hopefully, my country will see this and appoint me to the actual role. Yeah, so at the gala, we will give them the awards, just a box of toffees. They will get this at the gala, and hopefully you cheer them on. And yeah, so if you go to your email, you see the full results and the breakdown, and this was unexpected, so they couldn't have time to campaign. Thank you very much, everyone. And I think, Joshua, if there is anything, this is the end. Yeah. We will see you again at 6 for the gala. So that's just outside there. Just the place where we have breakfast. We have the gala at the same place. So it's just, if you live, yeah, it's just the same place, the same building. So you're returning here at 6, and then the gala will start. And I also just sent a Spotify link on the page. We just thought, well, we can choose the music, but that will be my choice of music, and you may not like it. So you can contribute to the Spotify by adding something. If it's from your country, even the better. So we want to feel at home, even though you're in the UK, but it's sunny, so we want to feel at home. So yeah, so add something from your country to the music, and hopefully we use that for the gala. I don't think I'm missing anything. And also a very important point, we will be sending a feedback form to assess how you felt at the conference. And we hope you return it back to us. We hope to get as many responses as much as possible. So that's been worked on, and we will send that back to you. And yeah, I mean, from myself, I want to say a very big thank you to our colleagues that put this together. It's a very small team, less than 10 people. Yeah. So I just want to say a very big thank you to the people that put this together, and also to BSG. I don't know whether they will hear us, but the man doing the AV, I don't know his name, Fred. Yes, shall we give a clap for Fred? Yes, so Fred and everybody at BSD has been fantastic. Like, it's been like magic. So yeah, we're happy to be here, and they'll see us again. So see you guys.
Well, colleagues, the female in the room, are you ready? Brandy just made an announcement that it is a black tie, but he never told the ladies what to wear. Are you sorry? Okay, to all the ladies who are here, you can wear an evening dress despite the color. Clock here. And lastly, you're going to be here exactly at 5:50 so that we avoid. By 6, we will be starting the program for the gala. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. Make sure you dress to your best. Make sure you dress to your best and be ready to dance.